JTC report alluded to TVET as the poor relative of the education system. I call it the stepchild of the education system. And it pointed to the fact that we needed to bring it within the folds of the education system. Now, hard trust, for example, cannot be languishing down by the Prime Minister's office that have one bag of agencies down there, and hard trust requires the level of attention that ought to be. And instead of really paying attention to that, them sitting up in posh hotels talking about retreat. Yeah. So these are things that really bothers me. And if there's going to be transformation, then I'm saying hard trust need to go over to the Ministry of Education and be placed within the mainstream education system. I'm also saying that, and the JTC report alluded to it, that the funds that hard trust has is beyond its capacity to spend. Now, there are two things that I would love to see happen. A portion of those funds be reallocated to technical and vocational education in the high school. Let us transform the labs. Let us bring them up to world-class standard. Let us put 3D technology in those labs, yeah, and really bring it within the mainstream. Marcus Garvey spoke about a polytechnic university. I am saying, let us transform hard trust into a national polytechnic university. That's where I believe we ought to go. I think it's going to be bold. And I do believe that we have the requisite leadership set and skill sets to really move hard trust and no longer allow it to be a stepchild, a poor relative of the education system. Can you imagine if we bring that to fruition? Can you imagine the demand that will be placed on the graduates from hard trust internationally? I really believe that it will go a far way in future-proofing technical and vocational education and training in the country. You know, the other point that I wish to make is as it relates to the University of Technology, our own University of Technology. You know, and I'm underlining technology in it. The University of Technology, our university, I believe have done well in the area of technical, vocational education and training. I really believe we have really done well. We have been pioneers in that field. But the Prime Minister has constantly referred to the fourth industrial revolution. And he has posited a vision of Jamaica becoming the Silicon Valley of the Caribbean. Now, if there's going to be a Silicon Valley, then there is going to be a need for a labor force with high-tech skill sets. And in order for there to be a Silicon Valley, there has to be an MIT. And for me, I'm asking the rather provocative question of the University of Technology. Have we been too conservative in the technological aspect of our name? Have we been pushing innovation enough? Have we been playing it safe? I believe from where I sit that the University of Technology perhaps need to pivot and take a serious look at where we are, and is it and should we not become the MIT of the Caribbean? The various leadership over the years at the University of Technology has really come with their own vision as to where they want to take the university. But should we not be owning this collective vision to pivot, to really become the MIT of the Caribbean? I ask that you think on these things. Thanks for having me.
Persons in the virtual space, our acting Vice President and Dr. Paul Ivy, good morning. it is nice to be sitting here listening to my colleagues. And you know, Mr. Rose set the pace for us. But then the stance that Mr. Malabar took, I like it. Because future-proofing, he brought out a lot of things there. It was a lot to ingest. It was a lot to take on. Now, they had spoken broadly, but given my background in nursing and midwifery, I have to focus on that bit. Because yes, you spoke a lot about education. You're so passionate about it, but I want my piece of advice, sir. Thank you. Right? Now, Mr. Rowland ended his speech when he spoke about, you know, the Vision 2030 of Jamaica. Yes, I want Jamaica to be a place that we live, work, we do business. And when Mr. Malabar spoke of the Silicon Valley, I can only think of nurses, you know? This is the Silicon Valley of nurses.
I agree.
We go everywhere.
I agree.
We're in the Caribbean, we're in first world countries, we are in demand. So I have to get my piece in future-proofing this educational space for nursing and midwifery education. And when we speak about future-proofing it, how we face the challenges ahead of us, and how can we get there with the challenges? You know, we're living in a space now where it's a viral space, you can call it that. We've got lots of viruses out there. And COVID was here, it is here. Now we're talking about the monkey virus, more is to come. Can we run away? No. We're on the front line, and we still have to educate, not only from our elementary level, from our basic school level, preschool level, we're still at university. And it has affected the space. The classrooms were shut. Many institutions were not just ready for it. Should it happen again in another 4 years, will it be the same? How can I protect my profession? How can I protect the education of our nurses or midwives to meet these challenges when they arise? Now, I can use the FELS framework where it speaks to that they use in business. You know, as nurses, we are business people too. If we're going to use STEAM now, and we're steaming up business, right? So we look at it through the lens of politics. We can look at it through the lens of economics. What is happening in society, as Mr. Malabar spoke about? What is happening there? He also touched on technology. What is happening in the environment, and also law comes into place. So we look at it on those levels. However, researchers out there will speak of the predictive factors. These predictive factors will help us to future-proof for the future. So I'm going to touch on politics. And police here are very perfect at this. Now, how can politics help in future-proofing education? Right? Now, for nursing and midwifery education, I'll touch on when in this pandemic, when our nurses left. They left in droves. Meaning, we already, as a professional space, have built a set of professionals that are ready, we're ready for the world. But how can we protect our people so that they can get care and continue with the education? Right? We need to boost the complement of nurses and midwives in the public health system. We have an aging population coming up. Globally, it is there. Now, how is it we protect the education so that we implement these changes to protect them? Now, is it because they're leaving because of poor remuneration? Right? Is it poor management resources? Now, poor remuneration, I'll check on that. Now, you spoke about poor public health financing, you know, in education. Well, we could versus right? Right? So, if they're leaving, how do we keep them? How do we attract them? Now, my point is to the government is you cannot train 25 nurses per year in a specialist area and expect them to stay. It is just not possible. How is it we protect the space so that caring continues. Mr. Malabar spoke to technology. Of course, UTEC is needed. UTEC is the only university in this country that has a high fidelity simulator. And what we can do with those things in that lab, of course, we need money to build on these bases to prepare our students. Technology is here. It's not as if it's not here. What now is the university doing with this technology? Some of these equipment, they cost 5.3 million. Now I don't say, like, 5.3 million in my house at one time. But we have it here in the lab. How can we capitalize on it? We did not have to stop education in the nursing fraternity. This is what we are prepared for. We have these capabilities of using simulations through technology. But then again, is the internet that we have for universities able to carry these equipment? We may have the equipment, but is it that we're going to utilize it well? Will we train our professionals? Where will it stop? Where will it go to? Again, are all professionals open to this training? That's future-proofing it, so that come 5 years, 10 years down the road, something happens. We can work with it. We're advanced. We do not work in isolation, right? And when I say not work in isolation, we have technical persons, we have persons in medicine, not nursing, we have the doctors there, we have the physiotherapists. How do we collaborate so that we keep it, we work together to continue education? From an economical perspective, right? Now, it is evident that removal of user fees, of course, in 2008 did pose some problems in our system, right? But then again, who accesses the services? Yes? Now, when you remove those fees, of course, we saw an increase in the uptake, but then our population is increasing. Where is the funding to expand these services? I am asking, we need funding so we can continue on what we do, right? The government does look at this workforce and they look at us and it becomes the health of our nation. But where is the money coming from to give us facilities to work with, right? Now, also, it's down to the role of the training institutions. What do we do? What are the courses we offer to help us prepare for the future? As we change globally, as such, are we looking into the global trends, following research to see what lays ahead, and preparing our country for that, setting the stage for the Caribbean for that? Are we doing such? I'm not sure, right? Because researchers in 2018 have found that, you know, the curriculum, they're still embedded in what we do 30 years ago, 40 years ago. My colleagues have pointed that out. We have not moved on. We're here and we're just afraid of stepping out and going a bit further. Setting the trends, see what happens. Now, as I said, there must be a willingness, not only on our institutions or on our government, but there should be a willingness from our own professionals to make the change for future-proofing. Our stakeholders, our hospital systems, you know, because when we speak of politics, we like to think of the government and our ministers, but we are our government too, and we make a positive change in what is to happen. So we should have a voice as to what we want and where will we go from here. So it takes teamwork to improve our customer service skills and effective use of information within the space. Now, we cannot be left behind in ways of teaching and learning. And we cannot be left behind because we need to move ahead to be able to provide our population with positive quality care. Therefore, I'll ask a question. Is our institutions here in Jamaica prepared for what lies ahead? Are they designed to withstand what is to come, what will come on this educational landscape as we future-proof for education in Jamaica? Thank you.
I want to acknowledge our fellow panelists, those in virtual area who are sharing with us this morning. I am very much interested in some of the points that were mentioned. I believe there are strong points, but I want to tell you that the police is here to ensure that all those plans are well secured. Build on police leadership and use pathways of future schools. I want to start with Nelson Mandela, who graduated that safety and security don't just happen. They are the results of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear. A very profound statement. It supports the view of future-proofing schools with safety and security being a primary concern. Protecting students and staff and keeping the school environment safe would require continual vigilance from school administrators now. And you saw what happened recently. I could share some headlines with you. Now, don't mean to scare you, but we need to know about what's happening. At least 90 children, 2 adults, killed after shooter opens fire Texas Elementary School. And CBS here that one was the 25th. That's international. But I want to bring in the local school just to give you some insight on what's happening. Teacher arrested after missing 14-year-old found at his home. Lena shared that one. Female student sexually assaulted on the university campus. News maker of the week, violent attacks on students, horrifying nation. 24-year-old teacher charged with poverty. Increased conflicts among students trigger high security arrangements in schools. Schoolyard bullies. Guidance counselors overwhelmed by flood of violent antisocial behaviors in schools. And the education minister recently, Favor Williams, condemned the attack on a security guard, allegedly by a parent at Ordinal Primary School in St. James. And of course, this one is interesting. The views are mixed on whether teachers should be armed. Cops create a liability in state parties. Cops prepare for death. That is school. Students start to death by hand. These bring into focus the critical need for school safety and security. The school year is just about moving. And already the police brought up the increase in the number of incidents that we report in. Our safety and security branch of the GSA in their statistics show increases in the number of interventions that they have to make in the school. So, my purpose really is to highlight the importance of police partnership and leadership necessary for creating an inclusive pathway of future-proofing school safety and security system. Police leadership is going to be important, there's no doubt, and it will require that we take on the new complexities of policing in this era. And certainly we're involved in recent happenings in the schools. Are we prepared to respond to those, the type of leadership needed to future-proof schools to deal with growing threats for safety and security? Leadership would be a key factor in all of this. Leadership will understand that process of interaction and aligning the organization's strategic objectives, to ensure that we change the society. So is your strong leadership at all levels of existing interests? The schools is something I want you to important is their strong leadership. Us talk about the effective leadership and the attributes of the new police leadership, pointing to the fact that you have to develop police personnel to be able to respond to the new trends in our society, to look on the optimal professional and service-oriented manner, looking at creating a learning organization, capitalizing on experience and knowledge and so on. And all of this is to identify and to treat with all the new problems that the police will have to face. So the police force currently faces growing demand for services in new and different forms, and they are focused on less traditional understanding of their challenges. Now, with that said, even the leadership on the ground within schools is going to be critical, because if we're looking at developing partnership in the schools, we can't send any police officers to be a part of the school system. We have to ensure that safety and security programs, are successful. For it to be successful, it will depend heavily on the aptitude and attitude and leadership skills of officers assigned to these programs, that are the personal skills, be able to work with the school, understand to different staff authority on non-criminal matters of school discipline. So when we look on at the original purpose of introducing police presence in some schools in the form of school resource officers, it was for the reduction of crime and antisocial behavior, but the rule has been widened now to encompass identification of risk factors pointing towards future bad behavior. So this area has to be approached with caution. So identification is a difficult task, and it requires appropriate leadership, training, and understanding of the triggers of disruptive behavior, as well as some knowledge of child psychology too. So we're looking at really new leadership for police getting inside the school. So care must be taken to ensure that children are not discriminated against or labeled because of their family background. And so the essence of the is that leadership on the road has to be inclusive and strong. Now, with all this said, why do we really need the police in this type of new attributes and leadership? We need to consider that the topic of safety and security now is common concern for parents, students, and school administrators as academic settings right now are not vulnerable to acts of violence. So to make schools safe and secure successful, school officials should engage students, you want to engage faculty, staff, and law enforcement. And when I look at the position of the team here, I recognize your key partners in that composition to create safe school communities and so on. You need your nurse on board, you need, of course, a politician from a policy level. No, there's a great possibility that the presence of the police is needed to reduce incidents of violence, antisocial behaviors, first aid possession, and the use of contraband in schools to monitor areas of the school compound and patrol zones to deter undesirable behavior, to address issues of truancy, and students' safety and security, to provide guidance for the design and implementation of school safety and security plans, to look on pool resources of stakeholders to provide school resolution or conflict management services, and to assist in the general management of the security and safety programs for schools. Now, we're talking about a safe school, but what does that look like? What a safe school looks like. I want to submit that term safe school. It may mean different things for different people. However, I want us to consider this imperative question. What will an ideal safe school look like when we consider future-proofing our schools? Well, after consulting with different sources, the National Center on Safe Supportive Learning Environment, it defines that school safety as schools and school-related activities where students are safe from violence, bullying, and harassment, and the influence of substance use. Dorn also concluded that school safety consists of a variety of programs and services that are designed to contribute to the maintenance and establishment of safe and positive learning environment. In essence, an ideal safe school is one in which disruptions and distractions in teaching and learning are minimal. So issues which threaten the safety of students, such as violence, drugs, bullying, and fear are not present. Consequently, one intriguing question to ponder is how can the school climate of our Jamaican schools meet the standards to be considered a safe school? As you come on this, I would like to just share some thoughts on future-proofing through the lens of the police force. We understand that the mission of the JCF is to serve, protect, and reassure the people in Jamaica through the delivery of impartial and professional services aimed at maintenance of law and order, protection of life and property, prevention and detection of crime, and preservation of peace. While the mission states we are to serve, protect, and reassure the people in Jamaica, the JCF as a main institution responsible for policing has to understand that there are different groups within the society that will have unique demands and expectations. So one such important group, of course, is the school community. So it is important for us to consider future-proofing schools through the lens of the police, considering the existing threats to safety and security in schools. Future-proofing would mean that we must develop security systems that will keep our students safe, reduce crime and the fear of crime, and improve behavior in and around the school community. So developing safer schools and promoting partnerships between the school and the police that will help to maintain a safe and secure learning environment. So we must therefore pursue security systems and arrangements that are flexible and that can expand in the school environment that seem to take on the trends of the general society, both locally and globally. We look on the influence of technology and even behaviors in our school. So when we look at that, we consider what is required to ensure students' cybersecurity. When we talk about technology, this might possibly become one of the prevalent threat forces in the future. So since students are required to be online more, they are vulnerable to more threats. Such threats may include an increase in cyberbullying, inappropriate content. And when I was a child, I never even know about these terms, sexting and sextortion, and the oversharing and online predation. All of those are now issues that your school have to be prepared to respond to. So several of our students who went missing were lured away by persons they met on social media. So in future-proofing our schools, we have to understand that cybersecurity and cyber safety is critical and is a shared responsibility of students, parents, school personnel working along with the police. Future-proofing schools in terms of safety have to also consider even the environmental design of your school. And if the presence of police in school is necessary, where on campus would you have the police located? So many educational institutions, they are now seeking to have their buildings and grounds safer by using strategies that remove conditions that may make crime more likely. So even that is considered. Now, do you think we can achieve safer schools without strong partnerships with the police? I want to submit that there exists some level of partnerships, but more still needs to be done. We do have the Safe School program that was established in 2004. And under that program, we have 174 schools under the Safe School program with 154 school resource officers assigned by and assisted by 55 liaison officers. Now, this already showing us some limitations because issues are now popping up in some schools that weren't on the program. And so we now have to respond. We have to create the standard. We have to have a complete and comprehensive policy guide for maintaining a safe and secure school environment. I'm aware of a policy, a safe school policy that is in place, but when I look through it, I recognize that there's urgent need for it to be updated to include some of the emerging threats to our school. In the interest of time, I'll just, like to
sure that schools now have to consider crime prevention through even their environmental design. I, look on access control. I don't want to bash my university, but I was able to just drive through the gate this morning. We have to look on that, the natural surveillance, the territoriality, the maintenance, the technological aids in terms of video surveillance, access control systems, your visitor maintenance, the communication, metal detectors in schools, and so on. Even implementing a safe ride program for our schools will have to be considered. I've had incident recently. I went to the funeral for an 8-year-old who was on his way from school and was mowed down in what should have been a safe school, a safe zone rather, for students coming from school. We have cases where students were also, taken away and sexually assaulted on public transportation. So these are some of the considerations when we look on future-proofing our schools. Thank you.
That was Dr. Ivy said that. And Dr. Hilberry responded to say that our failures are important lessons. You've got experiences that many of us cannot identify with. Do you understand the greatness of your experience? Dr. Carmel Roof said something. Now let me go back up to see what she said. Oh, okay, she doesn't call it the shame that she felt, but she also said something else in the chat as well. She said, teachers in training must be exposed to philosophies and concepts that require self-interrogation so they understand their own identity. Scroll down. She also said that Dr. Cameron said that the speakers so far have spoken much about Garvey, but what of Manley's ideas? What are the intersectionalities between the ideas of these two indigenous philosophers? Is there any of my panelists would like to add something to
I think
the question posed?
I can. You wanna go? Emma?
No, actually, first let me set the stage to say that Garvey's influence was wide, from the African continent, Europe, North America, and the Caribbean. And Garvey's influence was evident on the policies of Michael Manley. And we can touch all of them, for example. If we talk about Jamal, when Michael Manley came in, one of the first things he talked about was Jamal. And he galvanized all and sundry who could read to become part of Jamal to teach those who could not read. And that's one of Garvey's philosophy, that you must read, you know everything about the universe. Michael Manley understanding education as a way for a social mobility. That was Garvey's philosophy too. And hence you see that free education, as we have never seen the likes of again, was by Michael Manley's policies. Michael Manley talked about and try to empower each Jamaican about to be self-reliant and food and to produce what you grow and to go have industries. That is coming straight from Garvey's philosophy again. Garvey talk about if you don't produce your own food and depending on others, you're gonna die of hunger.
Okay. Thank you so very much.
Yes. I would add that Michael recognized the barriers to education. It was one of the reasons why he removed tuition from the university at the time, in the 70s, I believe it was, because he wanted people, he wanted young people to go to university and not be inhibited from attending university because they could not afford it. He recognized that in order to build the country, education was a pillar on which to build out the socio-economic structure of society, and by extension, the country. And I would even segue to say, you know, Norman Manley had also a particular philosophy, and he recognized the role of teachers in the teaching dynamic, in the educational dynamics. And that was why he said that teachers were essentially the backbone of our society. So yes, there are synergies between Michael and Marcus Garvey, in my opinion. And when you twin them together, it's something to build out on.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other persons online who would like to ask a question or make any other comment? Let me check. See. Okay. Carrie Clark said she endorsed some of those recommendations to improve safety in our schools, but she also would like to urge us to not create an environment where our students feel as if they are potential criminals. And so our appetites were whetted in a richness of information. The members of the panel were passionate about the strand they interrogated in the theme, future-proofing education for the new era, the graduate student's perspective. We were served up a taste of 4 different perspectives. Mr. Kenneth Rowe, he started the discussion by looking at an historical perspective. He referenced Garvey and the Patterson's report. The famous quote of Garvey, and we can all say it together, "Up you might raise, you can accomplish what you will," has not lost its significance. In interrogating future-proofing, it is evident that critical thinking is the lodestar for that generation, this generation, and the generation to come. The ability to actually actualize and become the best version of yourself is the ultimate art. Mr. Malabva, he coached his presentation looking at 2 strands, future-proofing and the changing of the paradigm. And from that, we had 4 sub-themes that were critical, which he spoke to: educational philosophy, financing or education system, TVET and heart, and technology. And so the question, and he really asked us a lot of questions that we need to reflect on. And the question is, are we spending enough in education? And the resounding answer was no. Okay, and with respect to the 4th Industrial Revolution, as mentioned, and wanting Jamaica to be the Silicon Valley of the Caribbean, he mentioned that University of Technology, in particular, the birthplace of greatness, should be the MIT of Jamaica and the Caribbean. Mrs. Stewart, she made a very unapologetical plug that Jamaica is the Silicon Valley for nurses and midwives. And so she asked us, how do we face the challenges that we are presently encountering within our health system? She referenced the monkeypox virus, which is with a clear and present danger. And she spoke about our aging population. And so the need for nurses and midwives and other members of the healthcare community is very important. She also mentioned that technology is very important. The University of Technology is the only university in Jamaica that has a high fidelity simulator. But we have the simulator, but we would need the internet connection, the technology to be able to drive this so that it can be efficient and effective. And Mr. Phillips, he referenced Nelson Mandela, which says that, and I paraphrase, safety and security is not by happenstance, but should be well thought out. And we owe it to our children to ensure that they are safe and secure. And therefore, police leadership is very important in order to future-proof schools. Initially, police, when they go into the schools, they were just there to ensure that their safety and security. But this has widened tremendously because we're seeing where a lot of other things are taking place. Students are being very much disruptive and they're distractive as well, and their bullying is taking place. And so he asked the question, what does an ideal safe school look like? An ideal safe school would be a place where there is no violence, there's no bullying, the environment is safe and positive. That is, there is no disruption and distractions are very, very minimal. And so therefore, it's very important to consider future-proofing through the lens of the police and security systems, reduction of crime, and the cyber security where we're having cyberbullying, and we're seeing that. But the responsibility should be a shared one to all the stakeholders, or children, or students, or teachers, or auxiliary staff. So future-proofing and looking at safety and security in our schools is the prerogative and responsibility for all. And so I want to thank my panelists today, Mr. Kenneth Rowe, Mr. Christopher Phillips, Senior Superintendent Phillips, Mr. Malabba, and Mrs. Devery Stewart.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hutton Rose. Oh my word, what a session we just had. Indeed, there are so many questions that I'd like to ask the panelists and so many things that I'd want to say. Mr. Rowe and his Garveyism thrust. I would love to ask about inclusive education and global inclusivity. Why it is that your thrust seems to be putting us backward than forward? And that whole amalgamation of Manley, that Manley was seen by Virgil Whiteman in his article in 1994 as an avant-garde of looking at globalization and global education. Why it is that the Vision 2030 speaks about an inclusive Jamaica, where our motto states, out of many one people, yet you are championing the Black race. I would love to ask those questions. I would love to ask Mr. Phillips about what Mr. Apple says in his 1993 article about labeling and what it is that we do, because I'm certain that these thrusts that you are promoting and your resource officers are not in all schools. What do we say about labeling and criminalizing? Why is it that the police can't just serve, reassure, and protect? Why it is that they need to also be in the institutions physically? Shouldn't we fix the society? And Ms. Devery, I would love to have asked you, but we don't have the time, about future-proofing this whole business of the nurses and the midwives in Jamaica, this brain drain of you all leaving. What of this plan of partnership with the government? I would have loved to have heard your plans to partner with the government to maintain some of these beautiful minds and widen the learning community here in Jamaica than taking it elsewhere. Mr. Malabra, OMG. Should I say it? I have so many questions for you. I would only talk about the whole aspect, though, of the financing of education. When we look at the Orlando Patterson report, and he has taken his information from the 2020 World Bank report, you see where, according to GDP, Jamaica is on par in spending for education. It was Hackensack 2021 who quoted and noted that more spending on the education system will not necessarily fix the system, but it's about the allocation of the funding. So I would want for you to consider that in your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear your views on these thoughts and on these questions. We want to also to know that we are on the YouTube channel of the University of Technology. So invite your friends and your families to come over. Right at this time, we're going to have some promotional items from the university. It's not me, a fair session.
The Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies graduate students at work. Join us on the journey.
Say this morning I woke up and I look in the mirror and every part of my body was in place. Many people died and never saw this day. So another day I live, I appreciate. Don't ever wanna act too high and mighty, cause tomorrow I can fall down on my face. So in everything, Lord, I give you praise, and that puts a smile on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day, yeah. Don't fuss and fight, let us unite. We got one life, so let's it's a beautiful day, yeah. It's a beautiful day. So yeah, though I walk through the valleys of the shadows of death, I will fear no evil, won't be dismayed when I see the clock tick. It's a beautiful day. If you got life, then give God praise. You may not have much, but you're living day by day. You can have faith and don't want to work. Get up off that seat and put that brain to work. Hey, hey, it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It may not be the way I want it to be, but I thank you for every situation that made me good and bad friends that came into my life, and those who are still here today. Lord, I thank you, yeah. Lord, I thank you, yeah. Lord, I thank you, yeah. Lord, I
The Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies graduate students at work. Join us on the journey.
Say this morning I woke up and I look in the mirror and every part of my body was in place. Many people died and never saw this day. So another day I live, I appreciate. Don't ever wanna act too high and mighty, cause tomorrow I can fall down on my face. So in everything, Lord, I give you praise, and that puts a smile on my face. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day. Don't fuss and fight, let us unite. We got one life, and let's make it right. It's a beautiful day, yeah. It's a beautiful day. So yeah, though I walk through the valleys of the shadows of death, I will fear no evil, won't be dismayed. When I see the clock ticking away and things are not in place, everything in life happens for a reason. Disappointment comes with a lesson. It's for me to get wiser, got to work harder. In the end, it will get better. Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Please don't fuss and fight. Let us unite. Let us unite. Yeah. So let's make it right. It's a beautiful day. Yeah. It's a beautiful day. If you got life, then give God praise. You may not have much, but you're living day by day. You can have faith and don't wanna work. Get up off that seat and put that brain to work. Hey, hey, it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It may not be the way I want it to be, but I thank you for every situation that made me good and bad friends that came into my life, and those who are still here today. Lord, I thank you, yeah. 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 Lord, I thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Don't fuss and fight, let us unite. We got one life, and let's make it right. It's a beautiful day. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you paid keen attention to some of the activities that the graduate students and the graduate students committee have been doing here at the University of Technology over the years. For those of you who have not yet placed your questions or your comments in the chat, we're going to invite you please to do so. We're moving right along from our panel discussion. We're going to be going into a section where we have our graduate students presenting their conference papers. And so I'm going to be introducing the moderator of this session, entitled Future-Proofing Education Through Science and Technology. The moderator is Dr. Leonie Clark. She is an associate professor and program leader for the Career and Technical Education program. Dr. Clark has served in two major leadership positions in the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. These are Program Director, Family and Consumer Studies, and Head of the School of Technical and Vocational Education for a number of years. She is the president of the Caribbean Association of Home Economics and the president of the Jamaica Home Economics Association. Building families, youth, and community is her greatest passion. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Leonie Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you so much. My great privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to be asked to moderate this session where we'll hear from three speakers on the theme, Future-Proofing Education Through Science and Technology. Our speakers are, and I'll tell you a little bit about each, Mr. Ainsworth Savage. Mr. Savage is a PhD candidate in the Career Technical Education program. He holds a BA degree and an MBA from UWI and the University of Manchester, UK, respectively. He's a trained assessor in technical and vocational education, business and IT, and a trained trainer professional for global services sector. And his research interest is ICT use in education. Mrs. Bridget Johnson-Smith, our second presenter, is a PhD student in the CT program as well. She's employed full-time to the University of Technology, and she has worked at the university for over 25 years. Her qualification includes a Master of Science in Career and Technical Education, specializing in Family and Consumer Studies, a postgraduate diploma in Human Resource Management from MIND, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Education with a major in Bio and Chemistry as well from the University of Technology, Jamaica. She is a recipient of the 2012 President's Trophy for Technical Excellence, as well as the 2016 recipient of this award. And finally, we have Mrs. Valerie McKenzie. She is a PhD student in the Education Leadership Management program. She's a dental nurse and a committed lecturer in the College of Health Sciences. She is a dynamic individual who has a heart for community service. She's also active in the work of the Graduate Studies program here at UTech. Without further ado, will have them present in this order. Mr. Savage, followed by Mrs. Johnson-Smith, and then Ms. McKenzie. I encourage us to listen attentively and be prepared to make comments or ask questions at the end of their presentation. Each presenter has 15 minutes. I think at the 5 minutes before the end of your presentation, presenters, I will somehow notify you that you have 5 minutes left. And then we will have 5 minutes for question and answer from the audience. Please go right ahead, Mr. Savage.
Good morning. I'm presenting a paper on the myth or reality, connecting faces with spaces in education, and this is added in the context of the effects of digital divide. This is my presentation outline. It gives you the introduction, the significance of the study, the literature review, research methodology, findings, observation, it includes a conclusion and the way forward, and some references. So, like the natural sciences, economic resources are not equally distributed among countries. Therefore, technological knowledge and transfer are better handled by some countries than by others. Nevertheless, the digital divide has been a feature of time for as long as technology existed and aided by education and trade. What is the digital divide? This is the gap between access to the internet and other technologies and those without. An expanded form of digital divide states that access to technology must include an ability to connect and use the internet by displaying competence in digital readiness and being able to effectively relate to digital content that represents an individual's shared experiences. The statement of the problem. The digital divide affects everyone. However, lower income households are especially vulnerable and bear the brunt of its effects. For the school years 2018-19 and 2020-21, Jamaica experienced an 8.5% decline in student registration. This is in the context of students' expectation to attend school and be taught face-to-face by teacher. However, COVID-19 has changed this expectation with the introduction of remote learning, and this has been problematic for everyone. Are we prepared for this? How has it affected households and students? The purpose of the study? To highlight the effects of the digital divide on education, especially students, emotional health, and their learning outcomes. It's also to explore the opportunities available for mitigating the negative effects of the digital divide. The research question: how has the digital divide affected students in achieving learning targets? The significance of this study. Information obtained from the review of relevant literature and analysis of data can be used to inform the design of appropriate policies to manage the implementation of strategies necessary to mitigate the adverse effects of this digital divide. The limitation of the study. The study is limited to information obtained from secondary sources, that is online literature, media reports, and others produced by government departments, agencies, and NGOs. The digital review. The digital divide is deeply interwoven with issues of race, education, and poverty, with an awareness of affordability and access to the internet being a legacy problem that disproportionately affects people in economically disadvantaged communities. It extends beyond access and connections to the internet. That is, modern IT systems, equipment, machinery, and tools, including knowledge that promotes socioeconomic empowerment. The digital divide is a problem of knowledge and sustained innovation instead of more computers. The digital divide is also evident by limited and unreliable internet connectivity and lack of access to appropriate devices. It extends beyond the inability to use technology and considers the unavailability of technology infrastructure at desired locations, urban versus rural development. Cochrane 2020, a UN representative in the Philippines, commented that the COVID-19 crisis has resulted in 3.6 billion people without internet access, and 250 million children being out of school. The implication of this for education is huge. However, expanding access to and improving the quality and equity of learning, while desirable, will not happen automatically once schools are connected to the internet. The digital divide is being exacerbated by poor access to and use of technology, which negatively impacts the possibility of pedagogical changes necessary for true ICT integration. The research methodology and design, research design and data collection. This research is based on a review of published literature that essentially examines articles obtained from electronic databases, including Google Scholar, e-papers and blogs, libraries, electronic catalogs, as well as reports from the government, NGOs, and archival information from United Nations, UN agencies. What are some of the findings? There's evidence of significant learning loss and poor student performance in Jamaica. And if we look at this table, here, table 1, we'll see the results of the Ministry of Education diagnostic test results done at primary schools during the period March to November 2020. It details the performance of students at grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6. And you can see the subject areas. For example, mathematics at a grade 4, the performance was 37%. In grade 5, 25%, and in grade 6, 22% declining. Social studies, well, not available for grade 4, but you can see in grade 5 and 6 that it declined from 32 to 26. English language, for grade 4, 43%, grade 5, 32%, and grade 6, 30%. You may ask a question, what are the implications for this as they move up in the education rank? And why do they have this performance? The ENSEL, it has 2021, said that students made, during the COVID lockdown, students made very little or no progress while learning remotely. We have a situation in Jamaica where the ministry or the government has reported that over 120,000 students were missing from being engaged on any of the platforms that are used for remote learning. 80,000 today, 80,000 of those students are still missing and regarded as absent without leave. The implication for this, when you look at the PEP results for 2019, 41% of our primary school students passed mathematics, 49% passed science, 55% passed language arts. It therefore means that 48% of the students who leave primary school just meet the standard for secondary education. So 50% were below the standard. What are the implications for that? We start to see the problem when we look at the CSEC results for 2021. There was a fall of 10% decline in the pass rate of English language from 83% to 73%. Mathematics, the performance was dismally poor. 23% reduction in the pass rate for mathematics, falling to 38%. The Ministry of Education has offered that the reason for this poor academic performance resides in the teachers and students' poor adjustments to online or distance teaching and learning modalities. While the challenges are not entirely attributed to the effect of the digital divide, it certainly played a major role. Because if you cannot access the internet, you can't afford to pay for the service, then the students are being denied their right to education, adequate education. The World Bank report 2018 has noted that Jamaica has a learning crisis of relatively high enrollment and poor performance that is getting worse. Patterson et al. In his report agree with the World Bank's 2018 report and position and offers that the problems transcend the mere inability to adjust to new technology, as there are what he described as systemic accountability and long-standing and deep-rooted socio-economic and political issues which requires attention. Therefore, not providing the requisite resources and attention is synonymous with living in a mythical world. Notwithstanding the challenges experienced as a country transition education to a technology-mediated ecosystem, it must continue to build capacity. The Vice President and Country Manager of FLOW posited that since 2020, its company has provided fiber connectivity to over 500 communities, costing US $300 million, so that they can connect to the internet. Flow Foundation has also invested in improving digital literacy by offering free training that has seen over 450 persons graduating from the program. In the pursuit of building capacity, the government has launched the National Broadband Network, a US $237 million project to provide internet connectivity to schools island-wide. The old issue of correcting the situation of digital divide is an expensive one. The United States, for example, is proposed to spend $1.7 trillion for infrastructure development, of which 65 billion is allocated for technology and 250 million is targeted for vulnerable communities. This is a situation that must be addressed. But how do we fund it? Already, Jamaica is spending over 50 cents in every dollar earned on debt repayment. We have so many other priorities. Where does this fall, and what will be done to correct this situation so that education transformation can become a reality? The digital divide is stifling the effort, our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Savage. I realized that you were working well within time, and so I did not need to give you a reminder. Thank you so much. Mrs. Johnson-Smith, your turn. Please, I know that some persons have started to write their questions. I encourage others to do so as we continue to listen attentively to the presentations.
Good morning. The topic of my presentation is assessing students' interest of pursuing science, engineering, and mathematics careers in selected high school in Jamaica. My presentation outline, introduction, literature review, and research methodology. So the background to my study. In Jamaica, the implementation of STEM in the education curriculum started in 2014 with 8 schools. Since then, the ministry has continued its effort to promote STEM in the national standards curriculum, partly as a deliberate effort to rebrand the technical and vocational education and training. Some researchers studying STEM topics have uncovered gaps in the types of students who have access to STEM courses and careers during their formative school years. The barriers and misconceptions about STEM education, which hinders students' motivation and experiences, which could affect not only STEM education, but their career path. So the research questions that guided this study. To what extent are there differences in sex, school type, and grade and high school students' interest in STEM subjects? To what extent are there differences in sex, school type, and grade and high school students' interest in pursuing careers in STEM? There are several studies on STEM in Jamaica. These include Barrett, 2019 on STEM integrated TVET, Dixon and Hutton on the framework for integration at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. On the performance of STEM academic, Jamai and Main, 2020 on how student teachers are trained to implement the STEM methodology, just to mention a few. This proposed study will add to the existing literature but on students' interest in STEM subjects and career paths. This study is confined only to high school students and academics that began STEM education in 2015 in Jamaica. The study will also be delimited to grades 11 to 13 students in the identified school. Other government-owned institutions that started offering STEM before the initial 8 will not be included in this study. So what are some of the factors that influence students' perception of STEM? Motivation, experience, self-efficacy, academic and social experience of students, family, and peers as well. The learning environment is also a major factor that will influence how students perceive STEM education. This study will provide information for different stakeholders on students' views on STEM and changes that may be needed to attract more students, especially at the initial stages. The findings from this study can help to determine necessary changes to the STEM programs as students move through the education system. The result of this research may also assist policymakers to develop policies that caters to students' interest in STEM education. A cross-sectional design from the post-positivism paradigm will be used to determine students' interest in STEM subjects and careers in the field of STEM. This design is being proposed because the researcher will examine a cross-section of the population at a single point in time. In this study, gender, school type, and the level of students are important to the researcher. Therefore, stratified random sampling will be used to allow for the representation of the various subgroups within the population and to avoid possible bias and sampling error. The total sample size will be n equal 1,200. The institutions where the study is expected to take place is government-funded high schools in Jamaica. The high schools to be chosen are 4 traditional co-educational high schools, 4 traditional single-sex male high school, 4 traditional single-sex female high school, 4 academies, and 4 technical high schools. The researcher will target students in the upper grade, that is grade 11, 12, 13, and the population size, as was mentioned before, is N equal 1200. So the questionnaire, this questionnaire will have 4 sections. Section A, 5 demographic items. Section B, 20 Likert items on students' interest in STEM subjects. Section C, 5 close-ended items on students' interest in STEM careers. Section D, close-ended items on RASEC. And RASEC here is the theoretical framework that we will look at, that will guide this study. The data collection method will be used in this questionnaire. This method will allow for anonymity, although there may be lower response rate and missing data. The researcher will plan a follow-up strategy just in case these challenges are experienced. The Cronbach alpha will be estimated by using the statistical software program for social sciences, version 23, to compute the internal consistency of all the close-ended items. Content experts will be consulted to verify the quality and relevance of the items in the questionnaire. Table of specifications will also be used to ensure that the items on the questionnaires will be to provide answers to the research questions. Before the main study is done, it is necessary to conduct a pilot study. The pilot study will enable the researcher to determine if the study is feasible, as well as to identify unanticipated problems or issues. The Belmont Report, Basic Ethical Principles, speaks about respect for persons, beneficence, and justice will guide the study. Respect for autonomy and respect for persons. This includes the use of informed consent, protection of privacy, and the right to withdraw from the study without penalty. This principle speaks to doing good and not to use any harm to the research participants. It also means securing the well-being of the researcher's subject. Justice. This principle adjusts the issue of fairness, balancing benefits and burden risk of the research, and the selected participants who will participate in the study. It also speaks to the exploitation and the welfare of the vulnerable population. However, a vulnerable population will not be used in this study. To ensure that this study meets the 3 basic principles described above, the researcher will apply for ethical clearance from the FELS Research Ethics Committee. This will be the timeline. There's no budget as yet, even though it says a timeline and the budget for the research. But the budget is not a lot because it's just printing off questionnaires and just traveling. So we try to contain the budget in this research. What is the way forward? Following the oral defense, I will go through the proposal and make corrections that were suggested by my supervisor. Continue with the review of literature with the intentions of identifying more related variables of interest and updating Chapter 2. I will also develop a schedule for meeting with my supervisors. I will work towards meeting the deadline I have also set for myself. Thank you for listening. These are some of my references. Questions and comments?
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Johnson-Smith. We will take the questions and comments at the end of all the presentations. So be prepared to take those at that time. And again, you presented within time, and so there was no need for me to even remind you. Thank you so very much. We move now to hear from Mrs. Valerie McKenzie, as she speaks to us on readiness to online learning as a leadership challenge at the College of Oral Health Science at UTech. Ms. McKenzie, go right ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Good afternoon to the audience, all protocol observed. My presentation is on readiness to online learning as a possible challenge at the College of Oral Health Science, University of Technology, Jamaica. The broad outline of my presentation is introduction, review of literature, methodology, and the way forward. Now, Now, as in the interest of time, I will condense the information so you can follow on the screen. We are still in the pandemic, and we've heard the complaints of learners and teachers and how hard it is to engage in online learning. Listed are the lack of devices, internet connectivity, delivering content online, and the distractions. Of course, Thompson in 2020 and Gilchrist in 2021 have highlighted some of these challenges in our very own print media. But what is online learning? Swerdloff 2016 defines this as the use of software program to instruct students and facilitate learning in and out of the traditional classroom. Hence, we see where, noting all of those complaints, Good Samaritans have, tried to assist. They have gifted schools and learners with devices and data in some cases. And I am certain that you're aware of some of these philanthropists or companies, as some of our very own students have benefited from these gifts. At the College of Oral Health Sciences, COLOS, the student union had even gone further by gifting peers with mobile data to assist them with their final examinations in semester 1, 2021. So to give you a background of the study, there are 5 courses of study at COLOS, and they consist of theory, practical, and clinical modules. Now, patient treatment forms the base of the clinical modules. Dental education training is moving to an online environment. However, at COLOS, we didn't anticipate such an early move. Notwithstanding, the college was caught up in the emergency move to the online learning environment. The leadership, faculty, and learners now had to deal with this no movement days, curfews, and lockdown for deep cleaning, as they all tried to skirt around the coronavirus in order to get clinical students ready for graduation. Those issues compounded by the lack of experience of leading, teaching, and learning in a virtual environment really highlighted the level of preparedness in the college and the challenges faced by the leadership. So the issues or challenges highlighted are symptomatic of readiness to online learning. To counter some of these challenges, the university, through the Office of the Distance Learning, stepped up in offering training sessions to faculty and learners in the use of the existing online learning platform. Although this was being done, along with the provision of devices, as I've already mentioned, readiness to online learning was still a challenge in the college. Now, prior to moving on to learning online, in any organization, an organization must make itself ready. Schurz and Halonidi 2012 specified that an organization must be ready for e-learning by measuring its readiness and to improve its weak points. So let's look at the purpose. Since the purpose of this study is to use the Online Learning Readiness Scale, OLRS, to measure the level of readiness at the College of Oral Health Science and to find out if readiness poses a problem to leadership, if it's a possible leadership challenge. As such, a review of literature was conducted. To find supporting literature in the field, a targeted search was conducted on Google. This returned studies from quite a few databases, and you see them here, EBSCO, Whole Science Direct, and so on. Terms related to the title of the study were used, sometimes with Boolean characters, to produce related literature. The selected studies were critically reviewed, and we see where Hong 2010 Online Readiness Scale was the most widely cited validated scales. There were many other scales. However, most of those scales were developed by educational institutions who use these scales as for entry to their online programs. And these scales were not necessarily validated. Here we have a comparative literature table. I hope you can see this. It has a few studies on it. Now here we see Hong 2016, looking at teacher readiness, and his scale had subscales of communication, self-efficacy, institutional support, self-directed learning, and learning transfer, self-efficacy. Whereas second on the table, you see Martin et al. 2019. Martin et al. Scale included time management, course design, and communication. Further down, we will look at Almahasis et al. 2021, who had a dual scale of faculty readiness and as well as learner readiness. And because we're dealing with faculty readiness, Almahasis has socio-demographics, which is a given for every scale, online for every scale, yes. Online education training and teaching online effectiveness. For the learner part of the Almahasis scale, there is advantages and challenges of online learning included. Doe et al. Included self-directed learning, self-efficacy, digital engagement, and motivation, which is not seen in the other scales mentioned. We also have our own Glenda Gay out of Cayville, Barbados, who had a learner readiness scale, and her focus was on learner technical competence, lifestyle aptitude, and learning preference. However, scale to mention leadership readiness was scarce. Hence, the readiness of institution was attributed to the leader. And here we see Go and Blake 2021 positing innovativeness, infrastructure, collaboration, student experience, and flexibility as subscales. If you look at the last column where we see new categories, the researcher in identifying subscales made a new category to broadly capture the subscales in each of the online readiness scales mentioned. And why was this done? Farid 2014 recommends terminological consistency, which would aid clarification for e-learning or online learning concepts. In summary, no one scale was found applicable to all level of research subjects. Literature to online learning in the Caribbean was rather limited, as we see that most of them were out of North America. Literature studies in online learning readiness in dental education in the Caribbean was practically non-existent. Hence the development of an online learning readiness scale fit for purpose is necessary to carry out this study. So how will this study be conducted? Here we will look at the research design, the population, data collection, the data collection instrument, data analysis, procedure, and data analysis. A quantitative approach will be used. The advantage of this method, according to Daniel 2016, it has a wider reach. It can guarantee anonymity. It easily eliminates researchers' bias, and it makes generalization possible.
3 minutes, Ms. Mackenzie.
Okay. The population is 531. We see here from the table, 531. However, it is anticipated that we will have a sample of 325. And why this is so? Simply because it depends on the semester in which this study will be conducted. Where we have a summer session, we have lesser classes, so lesser students and lesser faculty members. So the data collection tool, here are the subscales. We will have the socio-demographic subscale, which would include age, gender, occupation, and qualification experiences, skills and competencies, because according to Martin et al. 2019, pedagogical, managerial, and technical and social skills comprises the competencies. Psychological factors, as according to Raf, Ganachevsky, and Tavardovskaya 2021, motivation, emotionality, self-regulation, and evaluative attitude form part of the psychological factors. Where physical factors are concerned, the subscale will include infrastructure, that is institutional support, devices, human and other resources. Procedure. Well, permission will first be sought from the leadership of the college before it goes to the university ethical committee. The population will be informed via email. A personal approach will be used. Reminders will be sent through the emails, and the questionnaire will remain available for 16 days. Data analysis, descriptive analysis will be used at the subscale, at item and subscale level. Of course, Pearson coefficient will be used to correlate, to show the relationship between the subscales, and the multivariate analysis will examine differences between the categories of the subjects. Cronbach alpha coefficient of 0.70 will be used for internal consistency. Why this is so? It's Almaciz et al. Has said that it is at 0.70 is or higher is acceptable. Ethical considerations. Ethics will be sought prior to the study. Participants will be informed of their rights and the risks and how these risks will be managed. Participants their information will be identified and they will be informed of the result of the study by way of a report to the college board. The way forward. The completion of the completion of the proposal, then the scale which is being developed will be piloted. The research will form part of a wider mixed method study. And so the information from the result of this qualitative study will inform the interview protocol for the wider study. And the study will be used will be published as a standalone. It will be published as partial fulfillment of the course of study. Here are the references. Thank you for listening. Your comments, questions, and suggestions are welcomed. Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Thank you so much, presenters. You have provided us with food for thought, and the audience, I can assure you, has been paying keen attention to what you have been saying. So far, there are questions from 2 individuals. I think 2 of these questions are for Mr. Savage, and one of them is Mr. Savage. The question says, is this data for the entire Jamaica? I think the data you presented earlier on, I think, student registration and so on. Is that data for the entire Jamaica? Mr. Savage? Oh, I don't think we're hearing. I am not hearing. I'm not sure if anyone else is. And go right ahead.
Right. Yeah, the PAC and it represents.
The sound is ineffective.
The second question that the data was presented in the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament and it represented the entire country.
Thank you so much. So it is for the entire Jamaica, Miss or Mr. Karamula. Thank you, sir. The next question, Mr. Savage, is also yours, and it says, has the education system invested in resources, that is human and otherwise, in this regard? And I think it's with respect again to providing the resources for, to address the digital divide. And she does ask, and this is from Dr. Nola Hilberry, what are the implications of this digital divide for education transformation in Jamaica? So as quickly as you can address that, that would be appreciated. I'm remembering that we have 5 minutes for questions. Go right ahead, Mr. Savage.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hilberry. The issue of spending on human resources is being discussed, and the attempts are being made now to NCEL, the National Education Leadership, are provided courses. There is also initiative to embark on public-private partnership. We have seen where the Flow Foundation has embarked on digital literacy skills, a program which they have undertaken in partnership with the Mona School of Business to provide training in this regard. And so far they have trained over 450 persons that graduated from the program. It's an ongoing program, and that is now in train. There are other initiatives. You may have heard the Prime Minister talk about our thrust with respect to equipping more persons with digital skills. And there are plans to infuse training through the Heart Trust for persons who
graduated from secondary school. The teachers' colleges have renewed their focus on technology skills for their in-service persons, and this is ongoing as well. So there's a move. However, we would have to recognize that the country's resources is not unlimited, and therefore, in Patterson's report, though he talks about transformation in education, he has identified that over $2 million needed to be spent on education over the next 3 years. And we have not heard much from the government in terms of how that will be funded. Nonetheless, persons from the Ministry of Education seem to have identified that there were idle projects from which they could utilize resources to finance at least the first year of this transformation. So it is being discussed. We are not sure as to how it's going to be done, but discussion is already taking place.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. I'm hoping that your question has been answered, Dr. Hilberry. Finally, a question now to Ms. McKenzie, again from Dr. Hilberry. And Ms. McKenzie, I note you have answered in the chat, and I'll read for the audience. The question was, just to clarify, is there an error in your title? She was asking, should it have been readiness 2 or readiness 4? And Ms. McKenzie, you have clarified, you've said it is readiness to online learning. Further question from her though is, are you using the term online learning as an umbrella term for both online and remote learning? And again, Ms. McKenzie, you have answered by saying online is used broadly to include remote and distance learning. Are there other questions that have not been written in the chat? Is there a question that anyone would now like to voice? We do not have much time. 1 minute is available. Is there a question to fill that space? If no, then let me thank our visionaries. And I must say visionaries, because one of the foci of future proofing is that of anticipating the future and developing methods and to minimize the effects and shocks or stresses of future events. And you must be classified as visionaries because your research looked at the issue of online learning. And yes, we had been, giving thought to it before, but we were, kind of just pushed right on into getting on with it. And so the fact that you have actually started to look at online learning, we find now that your research is so well placed, and we do wish you all the best. And I really am confident that your exploration of your research will no doubt provide a strong basis for future-proofing education through STEM in Jamaica. I wish you the very best with your research. And now back over to you, Ms. Williams. Thank you very much for your participation, audience. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clark. Excellent moderating. And thank you so much, lady and gentlemen. Just want to say that as you think about technology, that I would love for you to think about it beyond the level of just competency as we look at future-proofing education, because I hear a lot about technological competency, but how do we get to the whole aspect of technological integration within the school system? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break, and we have with us the resident DJ of FELS, Dr. Junior Martin, and he's going to be entertaining us at this time.
My Father, my God. as I can remember, a father till the end. You've been my friend, a friend for all eternity, the closest friend to me, yes. And when the road of life seemed rough and rocky, you were there for me. You keep me strong with your blessings and true with your mercy. You'll always be my father, my friend, my God, my guide. Forever you will be, and I will walk by your side. My father, my friend, my God, my guide. My love for you I'll never hide. No. You are my God, the only one I ever had. You proved your love for me, yes. You are my guide, your footsteps I will walk with pride. My praises I'll give to thee. You're my father, my friend, my God, my guide. Forever you will be, and I will sing by your side. My father, my friend, my God, my guide. My love for you I'll never hide. Oh my God. Oh my God. Give it to time. It will be fine. It's a while since I've been trying to get it on with you, but you keep on saying you don't know what to do. Don't know much about you, yet you're always on my mind. So all you gotta do is leave it to time. Everything will be fine. Time alone can do anything. Time can move in the mountain. Time will make you realize someone's in love with you. Baby, it's true. Oh. Skidibidibidoo, yeah. So what are we gonna do? Punchy Lou, now you know how I feel. Will you ever realize that I'm for real? Let me assure you, not promise you, I won't break your heart. Now you know it right from the start. So leave it to time. Time alone can do anything. Time will move in the mountain. Time will make you realize
I've lifted my eyes and I've seen the sign of the times. That the Marcus prophesied they're not in long time. Oh Lord, the ignorance of our people has held us captives of our own mind. Can't you see we're running out of time? Let's change our lives, my brothers and sisters, and say the calling of the Father. He is the only one that's willing to save us divine. Get ready for a new time. I've seen a new side. And I have pinky child right. Mother Nature revealed it, and I do believe it. Yeah. Get ready for a new time. I've seen a new sign. And I have pinky child right. Mother Nature revealed it, and I do believe it. Whoa.
Cause we know we're not gonna get away with the wrongs we continue to display. A scripture for the good book say, according to our works we shall get paid. We've gotta be sure the things we've done is being worthy under the sun.
Get ready for a new time. I've seen a new sign, and I think it child right. Mother Nature revealed it, and I do believe it.
phenomenally.
Ready for a new time, I've seen a new sign. And I think it shall bright. Mother Nature reveal it, and I do believe it. Whoa.
to brighten up your life. Though you're someone else's wife, I can't stand to know you're sad and blue. I care for you, I care for you. He's treating you unfair and don't seem to give a damn. Somehow I know he's taking things for granted. Here is what you should do. Tell him you both are through. Run to me, run to I care for you, I care for you. Although you've made a vow, before death you must not part. Honey, break it, break it, break it. Disrespect, dishonesty, that's not how it's supposed to be. Come to me, I care. I'll always be your friend until the very end.
I remember the times when we used to sit in the park, holding hands together. I never should have gone away and left you like I did, girl. I thought you'd take me back, but I was just a little bit late. I was born a winner. I know I am, yes I am. Whoa, yeah. I was born a winner. My lonely days and my lonely nights, girl. On the outside looking in, dreaming of holding you tight.
It's all about you. LA's fine sunshine most of the time, and the feeling is laid back. Palm tree road, rent so low, don't you know? But I keep working my way back. But I'm a Jamaican boy who's born and raised. Nowadays I'm lost between two shores. LA's fine, but it ain't home. New York is home, but it ain't mine no more. I am myself to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am my pride, I am said and I am lost, and I can't even say why.
I know some of you were singing along and perhaps would have loved for us to continue rocking and grooving. However, we do need to continue. We want to thank Dr. Martin for entertaining us so well with those old school Jamaican songs. Rather, this time we're going into session 2 of our paper presentation, and I'm going to invite Mrs. Carla Brooks Orr, who is the moderator for that session to come right along. Before she comes, however, let me introduce her to you. Carla Brooks Orr is a PhD student in the Faculty of Educational Leadership and Management, in the Educational Leadership and Management program here in FELS. She has served as a teacher at the secondary level for over 22 years and is a teacher with special responsibilities in the area of sports. That is, she is a sports coordinator and an assistant sixth form coordinator at the St. Andrew Technical High School. She is a lover of nature and is passionate about positively impacting the lives of the less fortunate. She is driven by two specific statements. One being, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. And the other being, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Ladies and gentlemen, moderator, Mrs. Carla Brooks Orr.
Thank you, Nicole. Dr. Ivy, Professor Shermaine Barrett, Dr. Haldane Johnson, Dr. Leona Clark, Dr. Hope Main, Dr. Junior Martin, other lecturers, graduate students, well-wishers, good afternoon and welcome to session 2 entitled Educational Management for Greater Learning Outcomes. My name is Carla Brooks Orr, a PhD student in the Educational Leadership and Management program at this great institution, UTEC, and I am your moderator for this session. I will now introduce the presenters in the order in which they will share with you their papers. Miss Nicole Williams is a PhD student in the Educational Leadership and Management program in the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. She's also an ambassador for the university and the first graduate student ambassador for her faculty. During her tenure at the university, Miss Nicole was motivated by her mentor, Dr. Hope Main, to establish the FELS Graduate Students Reading Group, which currently meets every first Saturday to interrogate and collaborate ideas on academic literary productions. Nicole's substantive professional positions are those of Quality Assurance Officer and lecturer at St. Joseph's Teachers College. She holds a Master of Arts degree from the University of the West Indies, a Bachelor's of Science degree with honors from the State University of New York, and a diploma in drama in education with distinction from the Edna Manley College and the Visual and Performing Arts. Nicole is also a minister, motivational speaker, and a published author. She holds as her personal philosophy Apostle Paul's pronouncement to the Church of Philippi, I have learned in whatever state that I am, therewith to be content. Miss Nicole Williams will share with us her research paper, Assessing the Ministry of Education and Youth's Role in Planning and Implementing Summer Programs in Public and Primary Schools. Mr. Mark Malobver has over 18 years experience in the Jamaican education system. He began his teaching career at Charles Smith High School, where he taught social studies and history. He was also the head of the social sciences department between 2008 to 2016. During his time at Charles Smith, he garnered the support and adoration of the community of Arnett Gardens and became an advocate for the improvement of inner city schools and their environs. He is a co-founder of the Helping Inner City Kids Survive Foundation and is also the chairman of the Inner City Teachers Coalition. In 2016, he became principal of the Yallas High School in St. Thomas and has embarked on a program of transformation at the school. This has led to significant improvements in student passes in CSEC and City and Guilds examination. Mr. Malaver is a passionate advocate for educational reform in Jamaica and has indeed presented at various forums on education. He has also written numerous articles on topical issues affecting our education system. Mr. Malabver is a PhD student in the Education Leadership and Management Program and will use this opportunity to share details of his paper, Crisis Leadership, Rural High Schools Principals Leadership Practices During COVID-19. Miss Lucretia Gordon Bryson is a PhD student enrolled in the Career and Technical Education Program. She's also the Corporate Education Coordinator at the University of Technology, Jamaica, where she has oversight responsibility for the implementation and quality assurance of the institution's cooperative education program. Since assuming this position in 2008, her passion has been optimizing opportunities for students to develop global employability skills and enhance their work readiness through professional work-based experiences. She has researched extensively in this area and has presented the findings at several conferences locally and internationally. Mrs. Lucretia Gordon Bryson will share with us findings from her research paper, Rethinking Cooperative Education, Understanding Faculty Roles and Responsibilities. Mr. Kenneth Rowe is a management consultant by profession. He obtained his qualifications at the University of Nova Southeastern, the University of Technology, and the College of Arts, Science, and Technology in Jamaica. He has more than 35 years of experience in practicing and teaching accounting. He is a devoted Pan-Africanist who believes that African people worldwide will not gain respect until Africa is united and restored to its position of former greatness. He has participated in national elections for both parties, the JLP and the PNP. Mr. Rowe is a PhD student in the Career and Technical Education Program and will present his paper examining the approaches for preparing management accountants through a historical lens. At this time, I would like to remind all the presenters that you have 15 minutes each to do your presentations and 5 minutes to respond to questions from the audience. And audience, please remember to post your comments and questions in the chat, and we will address them at the end of all 4 presentations. So without further delay, it is my pleasure to present to you the speakers for session 2 in the order in which they were introduced. Miss Nicole Williams, Mr. Mark Malabver, Miss Lucretia Gordon, and Mr. Kenneth Rowe.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, colleagues. Let me apologize. I don't look nowhere now almost as beautiful as the supposed speaker. So I'll be taking her place and then she'll come after. I am here for this conference to talk about my profession, accounting, management accounting, and examine the approaches for the preparation of management accountants through an historical lens. Now, through an historical lens. So first I'm going to look at through my presentation outline. I'll give an introduction, the background, and there will be an historical and critical analysis through the historical lens, and then a discussion. Now, my introduction, McLaughlin 2014 advised that in looking at through an historical lens, is going to have an idea, an history of the author and what motivates the author to look at the subject in that manner. So as mentioned before, I graduate of the College of Art, Science and Technology, and I proudly say that I'm not UTech. And why I say that is because my first diploma from the College of Art, Science and Technology gave me the foundation that I've used today for the past 35 years. And that diploma was in business administration, accounting. My first job after leaving the College of Art, Science and Technology was to head the accounting department of a credit union. And for the past 39 years, I've been experiencing, practicing, and teaching accounting, both in the private sector and the public sector. So the purpose of the study is to examine the training of accounting educators through an historical lens. What framed the basis of the training and how has the training evolved? So we're going to do some exploratory themes. We're going to talk in terms of the philosophical foundation of accounting education, the pedagogical approaches used to train accountants, how has the approaches evolved, how impactful are these approaches to the training of accounting educators, and what are the changes in the accounting practice. So the critical analysis now is to look through historical lens. And like all things Jamaican, the history, political, and social economic reality influences accounting practices, pathways, and regulations in most countries. That's Fuxi and Wilmot, 1987. So what they're saying here, in most countries, the pathways to an accounting practice and education is influenced by the political and social economic reality. Jamaica is no different, because Jamaica's colonial past and its political, economic context during independence influenced the paths to accounting training in Jamaica. And this is by in Bakri 2004. And just to mention too, that Bakri was one of my lecturers here at CAST in those days. So the ICAJ, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica, and ACCA, Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, one of the 6 influential accounting bodies in England, resisted attempts to localize accountants in Jamaica during the period of 1950 to 1970. In the 1970s, the ACCA thwarted the second attempt to localize Jamaica's accounting and replace it with UWI's MSc in accounting. Just to add, why did they do that? England wanted to amalgamate all their accounting bodies and they wanted to be a part of it, so they wanted to leave Jamaica. That did not happen. So they come back to Jamaica and then they captured the accounting through the ICAJ. And the minutes of the meetings of those meetings, those were heated discussions during the time of independence about what direction should the accountancy in Jamaica take. Eventually, the ACCA and the ICAJ won. And so therefore, the Public Accountancy Board, PAB, now regulates the accounting profession. The PAB licensed accountants to practice and determine professional designation and requirements, and this is based on the PAB Act 1968. However, the Act empowered the ICAJ, the agents of ACCA, to make the bylaws and the certification of accountants with the designation Chartered Accountants. So, the history of our country was determined by our colonial past. It was determined by how we gained our independence. And it was put into law that ACCA one of the 6 major accounting bodies in England would be the dominant body in association with ICAJ. So the discussion I want to have around this topic now is just to mention, so out of all of that, we are where we are today in accounting. Jamaica has no uniform accounting education. There are multiple pathways for accounting qualification. We piggyback on other countries. So therefore, if you have the Canadian qualification, you can get the Jamaican qualification. If you have the United States qualification, you can get the Jamaican qualification. If you have the qualification from England, you can get Jamaican qualification. And of more recent vintage, if you have the Masters of Science from accounting from UWI, you can get the CA qualification. While we stayed stagnant, the USA and Canada created different pathways for management accountants and public accountants. Jamaica public accountants are recognized as public accountants. So public accountants are those accountants who work with accounting firms who inspect your books and make a judgment on your finances. There's no recognition of management accountants in the Act. The ICAJ, the agent of ACCA, recognizes public accountants. Jamaican university education is geared towards public accountants. Yet, most graduates are employed as management accountants. Most graduates are employed to private sector, are employed to government, and they perform the role of management accountant, which is doing bookkeeping, doing accountancy, and advising management and finances. Future-proofing the accounting education. We need to look forward to create our own uniform accounting system. We need to ensure that those who perform the accounting management can find a pathway in the system. The other countries have theirs. We in Jamaica do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I'm wearing several hats, all protocol having already been observed. The task is mine to share a paper that was previously done with you on assessing the role of the Ministry of Education in centralizing the planning of summer programs in primary and secondary public institutions here in Jamaica. Okay, so a background to this study. We know that education has been centralized or was centralized since its inception. However, with the No Child Left Behind Act passed by the United States government and automatically across the world, we see where institutions and institutional leaders were more held accountable for the learning of students, hence the privatization and the decentralization of education. Jamaica, in particular, with its own Education Act, saw the decentralization of its education system. However, given the COVID-19 pandemic that it hit Jamaica, and according to one writer, that it caused a great disruption in education. Governments across the world have sought to recover education based on a thrust by the United Nations. Jamaica, being one such nation, having signed the convention, decided that it's going to recover its own education system. And so in last year, the Ministry of Education mentioned of the Recover Smarter program in which summer school program, mandatory summer school, was instituted for students. Obviously, the announcement of this mandatory summer school program caused a great stir in the nation and was a topical discussion then. As we approach summer, even now, it is a topical discussion. I will not be speaking, however, about the whole aspect of finance and payment of staff. However, I will be speaking to the whole aspect of centralization and decentralizing the planning and implementation of these summer programs. So what are the limitations to this research that was done? Well, we know that there are the commonly associated limitations as it relates to perception survey, because a perception survey was done with the general public. We know that for those surveys, we will have gender inequalities, and that the instrument itself may have its own inherent biases. All right, it was a small scale research. The population was 100, and I think 4 will get to their persons, and the sample size being 86 persons. It is a quantitative research, and so the qualitative aspect of getting the voice of educational stakeholders could also have been implemented. Also, this research was conducted as a class assignment, and therefore even the time frame to conduct the research may have acted as a limitation. However, what's the purpose of the study? The purpose of the study was to determine the perception of Jamaicans about the role of the Ministry of Education and Youth as the central governing body in planning and implementing summer programs in public primary and secondary schools in the island. Now, the findings of this research obviously is significant to all stakeholders in education, in particular the policymakers in the Ministry of Education, as we move forward in determining what does the Jamaican populace say or feel about the Ministry of Education taking its own stance in planning and organizing summer programs after all these years that summer programs were decentralized to individual institutions. So the whole literature review surrounds the aspect of centralization and the decentralization of education. And as you know, we can't look at the word centralization and decentralization without looking at the matter of post-colonialism as it deals with the aspect of power. So decentralization as deconcentration simply means the dispersion of autonomy to lower hierarchical states, also while the central body still having the majority of the autonomy. Now, according to the literature, there are 3 facets of decentralization. That is the lotus of decision, having complete autonomy, and the centralization of power. Amel Roots and the Serenes, 1997, speaks about decentralization as it relates to the westernization, that is looking at the opposite ends of westernization and to how they behave in the East, that is in Asia and those parts of the world. And they argue that decentralization is a westernized construct of post-colonial people searching for an individual voice. Astes et al. And Lung 2004 speaks about decentralization in the form of the effects of globalization, in particular technology, framing the thoughts and the concepts of the mass. All right, so this research was anchored on 3 questions. Question 1, is there a difference in the way educators in primary and secondary public schools see the role of the Ministry of Education and Youth in planning the summer programs of these institutions, in contrast to that of the general public? And as a researcher, I took the null hypothesis in that I said that there was no significant difference. Also, question 2 says, is there any difference in the opinions of the respondents in the way they perceive the role of the Ministry of Education in planning these summer programs for these institutions as it relates to their place of residency, that is parish. And again, I said that there was no significant difference. And the final research question, what percentage of educators and parents or guardians believe that the Ministry of Education should play a significant role in planning the summer programs for these institutions? Now, the methodology. As I said before, it was a quantitative study. Please forgive me what's here. All right, random sampling was done with the general population, and a survey was taken. 107 respondents, 86 of whom formed the sample size. All right, there were 3 subgroups which responded to the questions. That's how they were categorized. And a Google form was used to conduct the survey. It had 5 socio-demographic questions and 15 positively framed Likert items. Now, the analysis of the data. Question 1 was answered by items 13 to 15, and a chi-square test was used to respond to that question. Research question 2 was answered by items 6 to 10 on the survey, and a one-way ANOVA test was used to respond to that. Question 3 was answered by items 1 to 3 on the survey, and descriptive cross-tabulation test was used to analyze those responses. The responses were calculated using version 28 of the SPSS software. Now, as it relates to establishing reliability and validity, the Cronbach Alpha was done on the pilot test of the study, and it showed a huge, or should I say, a high consistency interval of 0.963. Content validity was also established using a table of specification. And as you know, I would have to check in on my more knowledgeable lecturers and expert lecturers here at the university for consultation. And so what are the findings? Well, as it relates to question 1, is there a difference in the way that educators in primary and secondary public schools see the role of the Ministry of Education in planning summer programs for their schools as it compares to the general public? And the findings indicate that statistically there was no difference. But as it relates to the specific questions, question 1 that answered that question, when consulting with principals, the result was that there were no difference. As it relates to how educators feel, there was no difference as well. And there was no difference in all the subgroups as to whether or not the Ministry of Education should have autonomy over planning the summer program. And that's in the way they responded. We'll see what their response is in a minute. All right, so a chi-square test was done as indicated before, and the test based on their responses of no significant difference indicated that the teachers as well as the general public had no issue with the decision making to have a summer school program being made by the government of Jamaica. If we were to apply Amar's Roots and Serene's 1997 concept of decentralization and the facets of power. So they had no issue with the lotus of power. However, the issue came where if we analyze and interpret the question, that there was an issue with the ultimate power residing in the arms of the Ministry of Education. And so therefore it suggests that there should be a flexibility in the distribution of power as it relates to decision-making regarding summer schools in public and private institutions. All right, so question number 2 was answered, as said before, by the one-way ANOVA. And the results indicate that there was no significant difference in the way the respondents felt about the role of the Ministry of Education as it relates to the parish in which they live. In fact, the mean score of 3.94 between parishes and 0.38 within parishes suggests a homogeneous representation of the views of Jamaicans. That means that we are all thinking alike. Now, according to Ariki and Malik 2021, this homogeneous decision could be a matter of globalization, that we are allowed to consider and see things and think about things in a particular way, especially as it relates to laws and legislations. Also, the fact, according to Astis et al. 2002, that globalization somehow promotes a uniformity in the way that we think and rationalize things, particularly because of the multilateral agencies that create a lot of decisions, especially the part of the UN and the WHO as it relates to the treatment of summer programs. Now, we could say too that globalization helps to shape the consciousness of the masses as it relates to their choice in this matter. As it relates to question 3, there was no significant role in the planning of summer program in public and primary secondary schools in Jamaica. What did the people say? Should the government play a significant role? Now, as it relates to determining the length of the summer program, 85.7% of the participants strongly disagreed that the government should determine the length of the summer program. 60% of the participants who disagreed were educators and both parents. Also, 54% of the participants were educators and parents. As it relates to the MOE determining the content for summer programs, 84.6% of the participants strongly disagreed, 52.4% of the participants were educators, and 44% of the participants were both educators and parents. As it relates to the Ministry of Education, determining who are the students that should attend these summer schools, 76.9% of the participants strongly disagreed that the ministry should determine the population. 76.9% of these respondents were educators, and 56.6% of the respondents were both educators and parents. Overall, 51.3% of both educators and parents disagreed that the Ministry of Education should determine the population and have autonomy over the planning of the summer program. Now we see where there is just a marginal number of the respondents who felt that the government should play this significant role in the school. But we see that the majority of the respondents, however, were parents and educators, meaning educational stakeholders. And this speaks to Long 2004 and Saucy's 2021 idea of the whole matter of education, especially in the Caribbean, being grounded in its colonial past. And its colonial past, not in the sense of modeling the British education system, but the matter of wanting to be considered in the discussion, that is, looking at it from the Saidian point of view of being pulled into the center from the margin or the periphery. So what are my recommendations as I close? That the government of Jamaica, if we're going to be looking at this whole matter of summer school, and I know that is something that is coming up again this summer, utilize this technology and create avenues to continuously sensitize Jamaicans about the central organization's body and its role in relation to that of non-governmental institutions. It should also find ways to provide links between its mandate as a central education organization and the national initiatives, so as to provide clarity for both education stakeholders and the general public. It should also engage in greater consultation with local school leaders and other education stakeholders, including the public, to institute, if it plans to institute significant changes in its processes, and as well as final one, the Ministry of Education needs to be constant in its degree of autonomy so that there can be no ambiguity about whether or not it has decentralized or centralized its power. And according to one journalist, over centralized its power. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Mr. Malaver, are you ready? If not, we could take Mrs. Gordon Bryson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. No, in the Zoom. I'm trying to share, but it's not sharing. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Malava. The topic for this presentation is entitled Crisis Leadership, Rural High School Principals, Leadership Practices During COVID. Just quickly, the presentation outline, is we'll quickly just have the introduction, literature review, research methodology, and the findings. The background, in the introduction, we'll have the background, of course, the statement of the problem, purpose, research questions, significance of studies, delimitation, the limitations of the study. The background. In December 2019, the world woke up essentially to COVID-19, which was perhaps the most devastating pandemic since the Spanish flu of 1980. Health systems across the world buckled under the pressure, the enormity of the infectious cases that they had to contend with. Global economies grinded to a halt, and social lives were also significantly disrupted. Education systems across the world were also not spared the wrath of the pandemic. Many schools literally had to close their doors and switch to online learning. Whilst this was essentially the case also in Jamaica, it seemed as if the most significant impact of the pandemic was reserved for rural schools, which were already facing a myriad of problems prior to the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic. Next slide, please. Continuing, in terms of statement of the problem, I've been a principal of a rural high school since 2016, and whilst being a principal, I had to contend with a myriad of issues, many challenges leading into COVID-19, and I recognized that COVID not only amplified the challenges, but also created new challenges, which essentially forced me to pivot in terms of my leadership, my approach to leadership. And, you know, we would have been exposed to all the different leadership styles, in particular, the transformational leaders, the transactional leaders, you name them. We were all prepared for that. But I recognize that notwithstanding all of which I would have been prepared, I would have been exposed to, COVID-19 caused me to have, I literally had to throw those things through the door. And so what emerged for me was trying to manage the crisis that COVID-19 presented. And this piqued my interest somewhat. And it kind of spurred me to having discussions with other members, with some of my colleagues. And we had this discussion in meetings, one-on-one discussion. And they also expressed that they had the same challenges, the same issue. And as such, I recognize that perhaps this was a good ground, an interesting ground to research. It was certainly virgin territory within the context of educational leadership, certainly from the standpoint of Jamaica and in particular rural schools. The purpose of the study was exploratory in nature and seeks to determine what challenges rural high school principals had prior to COVID-19 and how did they seek to cope with those challenges. Research also seeks to examine the leadership styles or approaches that or practices that principals utilized during COVID, during the pandemic to navigate their schools effectively. The theoretical framework is, we are looking at the research through the lens of meta-leadership theory. It's a theory that has evolved over the years. It's a relatively new theory, primarily it emerged primarily through various crises and incidences that were explored by researchers. There was Hurricane Katrina, there was Ebola and Zika outbreaks, the Boston Marathon bombing, Hurricane Sandy, H1N1, deep water rising or rising oil spill. So those were, it emerged out of those crises. And it's, as I indicated, it's a relatively new leadership theory. And I believe it is useful within the context of what it is that I am seeking to explore. So here are the research questions. One, what were the challenges faced by rural school principals prior to COVID-19? Two, how did the pandemic exacerbate these challenges? And what leadership practices did the rural high school principals deploy during COVID? I need to reiterate that the research was exploratory in nature to ascertain if it is that, to ascertain the feasibility of doing a research of this nature. Technical issues. I'm at delimitation. Okay, so delimitation. The research was essentially restricted to only 2 rural high school principals based on availability. As I indicated earlier, it's a small exploratory research to determine the feasibility. No primary school principals were interviewed for the research, and both principals were male. The context of rural schools, and it's important to establish the context. Researchers like Hayes, Flowers, et al., Curtin, and Coyne, and Honey looked at the rural context within the, from a historical, economic, and political perspective, as well as the geographic barriers, inequities, and the demographics in which rural schools find themselves. The context and realities of rural schools invariably has implications for school leadership and administration, and how it is that school leaders carry out their duties. And Chalker essentially reinforces the point. Challenges in leading rural schools. Some of the challenges identified in the literature: resource and poverty, teacher recruitment and retention, digital divide and poor technological infrastructure, and teacher morale. Leading rural schools during the pandemic. The literature, and it is emerging literature, certainly, you know, a lot of the literature goes back no later than 2018 in respect to some of these things, but and it speaks to crisis again. But the emerging literature points to leading in a pandemic. One, go back. having a clear vision, sense-making, trust, and effective communication. It also has empathy, well-being, and being emotionally intelligent. Equity was also a feature. Resilience and networking on the part of school leaders, effective decision-making, and hope and optimism. Within the context of the literature, distributed leadership emerged, seemed to be the emerging leadership approach in a crisis. Spillane et al., Fernandez and Shaw, Harris and Jones essentially spoke to distributed leadership within the context of the pandemic and the fact that from a leadership perspective, it seemed to be the most effective leadership approach. Other researchers have pointed to situational leadership also as a particular approach, and that may be effective. What are the gaps in the research? Research on school leadership within the context of the COVID-19 pandemic is just beginning to emerge globally. Jamaica, and by extension, the Caribbean, seem to have just entered the starting blocks, essentially. Yet no research to date has surfaced that examines the principal leadership practices within the context of rural schools during the COVID-19 outbreak. And the research paper essentially intends to begin the process of filling the gap. Summary of the literature. One, rural high school principals face a number of challenges prior to COVID. The literature is limited in respect to how COVID-19 impacted these challenges. There are a number of leadership practices that were effective. Well, there were several leadership practices that were deployed during COVID by principals. However, distributive leadership styles seem to have emerged as the most effective and the one that seemed to be explored significantly in the research. Next slide. The research design. It was a qualitative approach that was used for the purpose of this research. Given the intention of the researcher, the exploratory research design was also utilized. This allowed for a great deal of flexibility while exploring the phenomenon under investigation for the purpose of significantly expanding the research in the immediate future. As I indicated, two principals from high schools were utilized for research. These principals were selected based on availability, given the time frame that I had to work within. Interviews were done via Zoom. The interviews were semi-structured with open-ended questions, and this allowed for teams to emerge. What are some of the findings? Question one. Major resource constraints were identified: inadequacy of the physical and technological infrastructure, teacher recruitment and retention, poor student nutrition based on the interviews that were done in terms of the themes that emerged, student discipline, or student indiscipline rather, poor parental support, and quality of student engagement, and low staff morale. Move on. Question two. How did the pandemic exacerbate these challenges? One, it exacerbated these challenges from the standpoint of the poor technological infrastructure, primarily because schools now had to switch at short notice to go online. A lot of the infrastructure was not in place to facilitate this. Quality of student engagement was also another theme that emerged. A lot of the teachers seem not to have been prepared enough for online student engagement, and the extent to which that brought in different variables, different models, so to speak. Student discipline in the online space also emerged. Poor parental support in terms of ensuring that the students are online at home. Other issues emerge in terms of availability of the technology for students. It speaks to the digital divide. Teacher morale and staff anxiety were also significantly increased. What is interesting from what we found was that teacher recruitment and retention was not significantly exacerbated or made worse during COVID. Question 3, what leadership practices did rural high school principals deploy during the COVID-19? What was found from the interview was that distributed leadership emerged as the dominant leadership style that was adopted by both principals. Also, the research also confirmed what was revealed in the literature interview in respect to sense-making, trust, empathy, well-being and emotional intelligence, or the need to have those things, effective communication, resilience, and networking. The way forward, this is potentially groundbreaking research, and I certainly intend to do a more conclusive, conduct a more extensive research to come up with more conclusive findings and recommendations. Certainly, I intend to involve more rural principals as part of that research in going forward. And here are some of the references that were utilized for this research. Thanks for having me. Questions? Okay, sorry, Latisha should go and then thanks much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Academic managers, members of faculty, and other members of the UTech community, colleagues, specially invited guests and friends, good afternoon. As indicated earlier, I am Lucretia Gordon-Bryson, and I'll be presenting on the topic, Rethinking Cooperative Education, Understanding Faculty's Roles and Responsibilities. My presentation this afternoon will briefly introduce and situate my proposed topic, followed by the literature review, which is the focus of this presentation. And this will be followed by an identification of the main gaps in the literature and end with the conclusions and recommendations. I'll commence by stating that this study is situated in the body of knowledge pertaining to work-integrated learning, which is an educational approach that uses relevant work-based experiences that are intentional and organized and that form an integral part of an academic course of study. WIL is widely recognized as an effective means by which to prepare students to demonstrate career readiness competencies, to improve employment outcomes, and to meet industry needs. It is also useful in meeting accreditation standards and is integral in the curriculum evaluation process. Now, it covers various work-based models such as internships, practicum, service learning, and apprenticeships, and is used synonymously or interchangeably with experiential learning and cooperative education, the term used here at UTEC. So there's an urgency to rethink WIL in light of the evolving workspace, and more so, COVID has accelerated this rethinking process, given that in many instances, pre-pandemic implementation of WIL has become obsolete. There is a call for programs with greater flexibility and ones which provide opportunity for students to own the types of employability skills required in this new dispensation. The rethinking process involves faculty engagement, and this has proven problematic at UTEC. Now, as the university's corporate coordinator, this research was birthed out of my interest in identifying and addressing the issues impacting faculty engagement and which has threatened the sustainability of the institution's program. A little bit of background. To commence, WIL is in the DNA of UTEC, given the institution's polytechnic background. In fact, the first programs were introduced over 40 years ago in the science and engineering departments. And in 2001, WIL was institutionalized by the university, with the term Cooperative being adopted to describe the program's structured approach to integrating classroom learning with on-the-job experiences. There was a formulation of pertinent policies and the establishment of a central corporate unit with oversight responsibility for the program. Also, there was the assignment of academic coordinators in each school to effect program design, implementation, and evaluation. Now, presently, there are over 600 students who engage in Cooperative each year. My research problem is aligned to the thrust to rethink or future-proof WIL, which we have said bears heavily on faculty engagement and which is problematic at UTEC. This is evidenced by faculty's lack of responsiveness to student and employer feedback, reporting and accountability issues, and non-compliance with university-approved policies and procedures. And the situation has resulted in a gap in the evaluation and has raised quality concerns. Now, the literature also supports the view that WIL faculty engagement can be problematic, given that their place in the WIL world was under-researched and poorly understood, and thus it leads to the purpose of this study. So the purpose of the study is to obtain an in-depth understanding of faculty's perspectives, that is academic managers, corporate coordinators, and regular teaching staff with respect to their responsibilities, their roles, values, and attitude towards the corporate program, and how these may serve as enablers or barriers to faculty engagement, and hence the efforts to create a more successful program in the future. My overarching research question is, how do faculty responsibilities, roles, values, and attitude enable or inhibit the optimization of the university's corporate program? Now, there are 4 sub-questions which seek to explore how faculty responsibilities to the program are managed, what faculty perceive to be their roles in implementation of Cooperative, the perceived value of Cooperative among faculty, and what is the attitude of faculty regarding the Cooperative program. This presentation focuses on the review of literature on 2 of the themes emerging from my research questions. These are the management of will responsibilities and 2 faculty roles in the implementation of will. Now, the review comprised 5 dissertations and 19 peer-reviewed articles, mainly from EBSCO, ProQuest, and Google Scholar. And these studies were conducted mainly in Australia, USA, New Zealand, and Canada. Under the first theme, I will briefly discuss 7 areas which bear on the management of will responsibilities, commencing with the nature of will responsibilities and ending with the systems of accountability. Under the second theme, I will discuss faculty roles, and I'll also look at the constructs, role conflict and role ambiguity. And I will end this section with the gaps in the literature. Now, quickly, responsibilities are tasks and duties to which faculty are held accountable. Will responsibilities were broadly categorized as academic, administrative, and pastoral, and with the responsibilities as seen on the slide. Now, the literature suggests that the scope of will responsibilities was quite extensive. For instance, Capo suggested that will responsibilities consumed up to 10 extra hours each week. Jovanovic et al. Posited that will responsibilities were on average 30% of faculty's overall workload. And Bilgin et al. Asserted that will assessment alone consumed 150% more than the next time-consuming task in teaching. So what of the selection and appointment? The literature states that selection and appointment of faculty was based on mainly in related industry experience or on arbitrary solutions. And the literature also concluded that there was a general lack of preparation for will responsibilities. However, it was able to identify areas of need for training, namely in risk management, conflict resolution, and negotiation skills, host relationship management, and pastoral training. The literature was silent on the management functions, excepting to say that will could be managed under a centralized structure with a team delivering the program across multiple disciplines, or it could be implemented under a decentralized structure where each discipline has responsibility for its program using a sort of distributed leadership approach. The literature was quite expressive regarding the needs of will faculty to execute their responsibility. The most frequent resource need cited was time to properly execute will duties, funding for training, research, compensation, etc., staffing, and technology. As relates to systems of communication and documentation, it was said that the influences of healthy and clear communication channels on faculty industry engagement were recognized as essential. However, they were not always present. There was an evident need for the documentation on roles and responsibilities in work contracts and job descriptions. And also there was a need for the development of pertinent policies, example, insurance policies, intellectual property, and other general placement policies that guarded against strategic and reputational risks. Now, accountability was subsumed under discussions of risk management, particularly in the Australian context, where this has become a legal requirement for universities wanting to maintain their status. As a measure of accountability, also employment contracts were recommended, detailing with responsibilities and rules. Now turning our attention to faculty roles in the implementation of WIL, Pennyford defines roles as a set of behavior that contribute to the goal of the organization. And for each role, there are usually formal responsibilities attached. So we see that like the responsibilities, roles were generally identified as academic, administrative, and pastoral. Now within the broader academic role, faculty's research role was highlighted several times in leading innovation and the dissemination of findings, improving practice, and in technology transfer. Within the admin role, there was an increase in focus on the management of risks and matters relating to occupational health and safety, given the university's duty of care to all stakeholders. The third borders on admin and pastoral roles, and that is that of maintaining strong relationships and partnerships. And these are between host supervisors and faculty, and between faculty and students.
Ms. Brighton, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. There are two constructs that we need to speak about quickly. The first, it being role conflict. And it is defined as the variance between defined role behavior and expectations and resources. And the incidence of role conflicts seen were in the balancing, faculties balancing research time with other, with work, as well as integrating scholarship, references to the impact of hefty and diffuse workload, and resource constraints impacting on the execution of job functions. As it relates to role ambiguity, I came across one incidence of role ambiguity, and that was WIL coordinators being expected to take the lead role in risk management and risk assessment. And of course, the parameters for these were poorly defined. And the absence of employment contract and detailed job description resulted in faculty relying on their tacit knowledge. In terms of gaps, generally the literature surrounding faculty engagement is sparse, and much of what is in the literature really is on the general studies related to work integrated learning. So faculty engagement was given peripheral mention. There was a dearth of literature that provided practical examples as it relates to role ambiguity. There was a paucity of studies within the Caribbean region. And then there was also a significant number of literature that presented limited descriptions on the research design. There were comparatively fewer qualitative studies that was identified. As it relates to my conclusions drawn, the first is that the management of WIL responsibility was problematic, given the expansive nature and scope of the responsibilities, inadequate preparation, inadequate resources, and weak supporting systems. And these served as barriers to faculty engagement. Two, faculty function primarily in academic, administrative, and pastoral roles. And several of these roles were informal, unsupported, and unstructured, in addition to being vague, ambiguous, and conflicted. And these also acted as barriers to faculty engagement. Third conclusion is that sustainable WIL programs depended on the engagement of motivated, committed, and trained staff, and undergirded by administrators' recognition, established structures, efficient systems, and adequate resources. Recommendations were as follows. The suggestion for addressing responsibility and workload issues included the development of protocols defining expectations, recognition, and scoping of work, appropriate compensation, resource allocation, and professional development of training. And finally, researchers concluded that role issues could be addressed appropriately through formal recognition, again, adequate resourcing, and training. So these are my references. And I have come to the end of my presentation, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. A lot of information to digest. Thank you. Very informative. Now, I must say that in the physical spaces, we have our challenges. And so it is in the virtual space, we also come across another set of challenges. So I want to thank the presenters for persevering through the technical glitches that we have experienced thus far. Thank you very much. Let me go to the chat and see the questions that have been posed to the presenters. Now, Ms. Nicole Williams commented that Harris 2020 noted that distributed leadership was a preferred choice of higher education leaders during COVID. And Mahilek 2020 argued that this led to poor school management, especially that of students' learning outcome. They suggest that team leadership was a more appropriate approach. What is your take on these? I think that question is for Mr. Malaber.
Nearly 2020, I certainly need to see what it is that he or she is saying. But remember that the research is within the context of COVID-19 and school leadership within that context, and the dynamics and the variables that brings within the context of the research. Certainly, I have not been exposed to team leadership based on the way the question was phrased. So it is certainly something that I will also explore some more.
Thank you, Mr. Malard. Mr. Rowe, I think this is a question for Ms. Williams. Said, do you believe extended summer school is enough to compensate for the COVID-related displacement? And he said, I do believe that schools ought to have been reset at least 1 year back. What is your take on that, Ms. Williams?
All right. So first of all, I'd like to say that my presentation looked at the general public's perception of whether the government should be responsible for implementing summer school programs, or should they leave it to the individual institutions to do so? And we see where the public, as well as educators, have said that the government needs to stay out of it. All right, now as it relates to the question that is posed here, can a summer school, if you read the 2021 World Bank report, also adopted by the Patterson administration in their report, you will see where they speak to the significant learning loss in Jamaica, to the extent where a Jamaican leaves school at the age of 18 would have only have experienced or would have been exposed to 11.6 years of learning. However, the individual is only given 7.4 years of learning. That simply means that a significant number of 4 or more years have been lost in the regular system. So therefore means that a summer of a few months can't compensate even for the number of years that are lost in the regular system, let alone what was lost during COVID-19. So I really do not believe that summer programs will compensate for the entire learning loss. What I believe that it will do, though, is that it will keep the students focused for them as they enter or re-enter into the regular system following the academic year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. There are no other questions. I'm not seeing any more questions in the chat. So we have come to the end of session 2. Let me take this opportunity to thank all 4 presenters, Ms. Lucretia Gordon-Brightson, Mr. Mark Malobre, Ms. Nicole Williams and Mr. Kenneth Rowe for sharing on assessing the Ministry of Education and Youth role in planning and implementing summer programs in primary and secondary schools, examining the approaches for preparing management accountants through a historical lens, rethinking cooperative education in understanding faculty roles and responsibilities, and looking at leadership practices by rural principals during COVID-19. Thank you very much, presenters. Really appreciate your input and your efforts.
Is no more. Yoke intermingled with dirt, a kaleidoscope of broken dreams, life interrupted.
As we gaze at this mud pie, questions abound of what if?
What if this was hatched to live, to continue the journey of life for generations to come? What if this was an omelette for sustenance?
For every action, there's a reaction. For every decision, we stand accountable. For men and women of honor, do not throw eggs to the sky.
Men and women of honor, resonate loudly the implications of spitting in the sky.
Men and women of honor, ride on the wings of accountability. We walk in the footsteps of giants who pave the way and smooth the path.
We are the ancestral dreams come to pass.
We fly flags of freedom, taken from the backbones of those who came across the Atlantic.
From those who work the cane fields,
those who walk the picket lines,
those artisans, those domestics, those who till the soil, those tree makers.
Yet we mock their memories, standing in this stagnant rot. We laugh in the face of the adversities they triumphed over. We slide in the abyss of failure. Have we no shame?
Plastered all over our faces, the self-inflicted mass of spit falling from the sky onto our brazen faces. We, the generation, accountable to no one.
There we for shame.
We who are obligated to accept responsibility to honor fallen soldiers in this battle of empowerment.
Obligated to march to the beat of the drums of accountability.
Obligated to rise and claim ethical and upright structures of greatness.
To live and breathe uprightness, morality, righteousness, and distinction. We who are here, we who have survived, we the role models, we the dream realizers.
Forging forward in the wilderness of depravity.
forging forward in the underground of immorality.
Forging forward in the crevices of intolerance.
Astute in the knowledge that in honoring our dream givers, we kneel accountable, we rise accountable, we stand accountable.
We stand!
To the earth, the potentiality of life
is no more.
Yoke intermingled with dirt, a kaleidoscope of broken dreams, life interrupted.
As we gaze at this mud pie, questions abound of what if?
What if this was hatched to live, to continue the journey of life for generations to come? What if this was an omelette for sustenance?
For every action, there's a reaction. For every decision, we stand accountable. For men and women of honor, do not throw eggs to the sky.
Men and women of honor, resonate loudly the implications of spitting in the sky.
Men and women of honor,
ride on the wings of accountability. We walk in the footsteps of giants who paved the way and smooth the path.
We are the ancestral dreams come to pass.
We fly flags of freedom, taken from the backbones of those who came across the Atlantic. From those who work the cane fields,
those who walk the picket lines,
those artisans, those domestics, those who till the soil, those dream makers.
Yet we mock their memories, standing in this stagnant rot. We laugh in the face of the adversities they triumphed over. We slide in the abyss of failure. Have we no shame?
Last not all over our faces, the self-inflicted mass of spit falling from the sky onto our brazen faces. We the generation, accountable to no one.
There we for our shame.
We who are obligated to accept responsibility to honor fallen soldiers in this battle of empowerment.
Obligated to march to the beat of the drums of accountability.
Obligated to rise and claim ethical and upright postures of greatness.
To live and breathe uprightness, morality, righteousness, and distinction. We who are here, we who have survived, we the role models, we the dream realizers.
forging forward in the wilderness of depravity.
Forging forward in the underground of immorality.
Forging forward in the crevices of intolerance.
Astute in the knowledge that in honoring our dream givers, we kneel accountable, we rise accountable, we stand accountable.
We
Nicole, you need to unmute.
We are going to be welcome to our third session of our paper presentations, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'm going to be introducing to you Mrs. Anita Thomas James. She is the moderator for this session. Mrs. James is an associate professor and past program leader for the Workforce Training and Education Program. She is presently the head of the Education Department in Sotave. Mrs. James has expertise in assessment, human resource management, and educational administration. She leads the UNESCO UNIVOC Center in the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. She is very passionate in facilitating students and ensuring that they maximize their potential. As a student and past student of Mrs. James, I can really say this is so true about her. Moderator, Mrs. Anita James, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are now at session 3, as Nicole said. So good afternoon to everyone and welcome to session 3. The theme of this third session is the role of the community on education production. The role of the community on education production. In this session, we have 4 presenters, and I'm going to introduce the presenters to you at this time, and they will make their presentation in the order in which they are presented. Our first presentation will come from Daniela Hyde. She is a proud graduate of the class of 2009 and 2017 of the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. She is currently a student in the Doctor of Philosophy program, focusing on business technology. She is also a founding member of the Development and Planning Committee of the FELS Graduate Student Association, which will be launched later today. Ms. Hyde is currently the registrar of the Caribbean School of Medical Sciences. She's an entrepreneur and a dynamic professional with expertise in business technology, education, management, curriculum development, and others, much more. She has received a number of awards, including the Prime Minister's Youth Awards for Excellence in Entrepreneurship, the Gleaner Youth Link Young Business Elite Award, the University of Technology Award, among others. She would be presenting on the influence of the Worthy Park Estate on the development of educational institutions in Louisville and surrounding communities in St. Catherine. Our second presenter would be Andrew Russell. He is a PhD student in the Career and Technical Education program. He's an assistant commissioner in the Jamaica Fire Brigade. He has over 20 years in the Jamaica Fire Brigade. He has progressed steadily through various ranks and was appointed, as I mentioned before, Assistant Commissioner on June 3rd, 2019. He holds a Master of Science degree in Occupational, Environmental, Health and Safety, a Bachelor's of Education degree in Industrial Technology, and a certificate in International Fire Operations and Management. The government of Jamaica conferred on him the Medal of Honor for meritorious service in the field of firefighting. His presentation will be investigating the socio-economic, environmental, and health impact of fires at the Riverton City landfill. The third presentation will be done by Mrs. Andrea Woolcock. Mrs. Andrea Woolcock is a public health nurse and lecturer at the School of Public Health and Health Technology at the University of Technology, Jamaica. She is a public health nurse for over 15 years and is a part-time active surveillance officer with the Ministry of Health, She holds a Master's of Arts in Teaching. She has a diploma in nursing administration, a BSc in public health nursing, midwifery, and she is registered nursing. Mrs. Woolcock is currently pursuing her doctoral studies in career and technical education. She is very passionate about public health and education, and as such, this is where her research interest lies. And the final presentation in this category will be done by two of our postgraduate students in the ELM Education and Leadership Program. Mr. Vander Rowe, JP, for those of us who didn't know, he is a lecturer at the University of Technology, Jamaica, in the Caribbean School of Sports Sciences. His philosophy is all work, that uplifts humanity must be undertaken with dignity and grace. Education gives voice to the voiceless, and it's a tool that shapes and transforms minds and soul. That is his philosophy. He holds a Master of Science in Physical Education, has a bachelor's degree in physical education, among others. He has a number of publications in peer-reviewed journals. He is a hardworking sports enthusiastic individual who sets very high standards in life. He has supervised a number of undergrad and graduate student research papers. And he has been engaged in a number of other research. Their presentation is also going to be shared with Danielle Chevanis. Danielle is enrolled in the ELM program as well, and she is pursuing the PhD. She's a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and she holds an MBA, a BSc in Management Studies, and a postgraduate diploma in Educational Leadership and Curriculum. And their presentation is School Administrators' Engagement in the Reintegration Process in Selected Secondary High Schools. It is my pleasure to introduce the presenters to you. And let me remind you that each presentation should be 15 minutes, and you will have 5 minutes for discussion at the end. And as we have been doing, you'll post your questions, your comments in the chat, and we'll have the discussion at the end. So at this time, I invite the first presenter. Daniela Hyde.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Everyone hearing me clearly?
We are.
Yes. Yes. With all protocols observed, participants, good afternoon. My name is Daniela Hyde. I am a third-year student in the PhD program for career and technical education. I'm here this afternoon to present my research proposal titled The Influence of Worthy Park Estate on the Development of Educational Institutions in the Lloydersville and surrounding communities in St. Catherine. This presentation will focus on an introductory overview of the proposal, a brief literature review, the research methodology that will be applied, and the way forward for the completion of this exploratory study. The purpose of this study is to investigate the Worthy Park Estate and Factory in Lloydersville, St. Catherine, engagement and participation in the educational and community development in this area. This project aims to promote Worthy Park Estate and Factory to become a more successful business, employ more people, and contribute more to the educational community development, the residents' upward mobility, and earn foreign exchange for the country. This means creating a system that will allow students and community builders to institute programs in their areas to contribute to community educational development. This study will be situated in the area of community building, which according to Gardner, 1993, involved the practice of building connection among residents and establishing positive pattern of individual and community behavior based on mutual responsibility and ownership. While Wheel 1996 also referred to community building as activities, practices, and policies that support and foster positive connection among individuals, groups, organizations, neighborhoods, and geographic and functional communities. Community building also focuses on principles which can be infused into the daily operation of public agencies, schools, and policy boards to create change. Wegner, 1998, described educational development programs allow participants to engage with the others like-minded in the community through constructive activities. The background of this study stems from the Worthy Park estate, which was gifted to Lieutenant Francis Price for his services to the Commonwealth during the English capture of the island from the Spanish in 1655. Worthy Park has engaged in cane farming, sugar production, and rum distillation as of over 10,000 acres of land. Approximately 40% of the land is currently in sugar cultivation. As much as 20 cane varieties are growing there. Since Worthy Park Estate inception in 1670, the landscape, greenery, and that encompasses this region has remained the same to date. Although there is 4 infant schools, 6 primary schools, there is still no high school in this community. There is also a high trust technical and vocational center located in the community. Based on the size of the population now in Lloydersville, St. Catherine, and there is still no high school, not enough wider educational opportunity, employment, the researcher wonder the influence of Worthy Park Estate and factory on this community. Worthy Park Estate is a major employer of labor to the community. This exploration into how many people Worthy Park and factory employs on a permanent and seasonal basis, the skill set required, the opportunity for community youth, the researcher hoped to identify how they believe Worthy Park Estate and factory has affected their educational experience and the educational opportunities and growth potential for the factory. This study will focus on 3 objectives: to identify Worthy Park Estate corporate social responsibilities, influence on the educational institution within Lloydersville and the surrounding community, to assess the educational opportunities within Lloydersville and the surrounding community, resulting from the direct contribution of Worthy Park Estate to educational institutions, to propose a model or plan for local educational development of the educational institutions within Lloydersville and the surrounding community to foster community development, productivity, and growth for Worthy Park Estate. The theoretical framework used to underpin the literature review and the investigation of this study include the community development theory, which is a process where community members are supported by agencies to identify and take collective action on issues which are important to them. Also, Kenny, 2007, continued to describe community development and that the community development as it empowers community members and creates stronger, connected communities. This conceptual framework will include the context within the explorative study. It will look at the independent variables, which is Worthy Park, and the relationship it has with the educational institutions in the area. It will also look at the surrounding community relationship between the educational institution as well as with Worthy Park. And we will look at it in terms of, again, the community development theory, stakeholders theory, management responses from Worthy Park, and the philanthropic areas that they have been involved with in terms of the educational development within the community. The research study will be guided by the following research questions. What is the relationship between Worthy Park Estate, Corporate Social Responsibility Initiative, and the educational institutions in Laudersville? 2, what are the educational opportunities within Laudersville and surrounding community resulting from direct contribution of Worthy Park Estate to educational institutions? And how would increasing educational opportunity within Laudersville community increase the productivity and growth of Worthy Park Estate's financial viability to support future community development? The research hypothesis that will be looked at would be hypothesis O, 0. There is no significant relationship between educational institution and development in their local area and business. Hypothesis 1, there is a significant relationship between educational institution and development in their local area and business. The research design for this study will be a mixed method. The design will be used to plan the procedures for the research that span the decisions from the broad research assumption to detailed method of data collection and analysis. This design facilitates an exploratory research design to examine an exploration of how the Worthy Park sugar plantation and factory influence the development of educational institutions in Laudersville and surrounding communities. The sites selected for this study include the management of Worthy Park sugar plantation, principles of educational institution in Laudersville and surrounding community in St. Catherine, and I'm looking now at Yuatan, Kentish, Caulfield, Point Hill, and communities members within the Laudersville community and the surrounding community. A pilot study will be done to test the set structured interview schedule and the questionnaires as well as the research protocols. The finding of the pilot study will inform any changes to this instrument and the protocols for this study. The pilot will be conducted using similar testing sites in another parish. Data collection will be with the head of support from research assistants for the questionnaires. Semi-structured interview schedules, observation, field notes, and documents will be used. Information to capture include background information and interaction with educational institutions, company, and community members. The data collection will be first executed through a qualitative techniques to support each research question. And these techniques would include semi-structured questionnaires, interviews, field notes, observation, and document reviews. The second part of this research study, data collection will be using quantitative techniques, and this will include open and closed-ended structured questionnaire, field notes, observation, and document review. For the procedures to follow in the data collection area, the researcher will prepare and collect data. Participants will be contacted, consent obtained, and interview appointment scheduled by the researcher. The 2 research assistants will be trained to assist in this area. The researchers' next phase, administering questionnaires to the selected community members in Laudersville and surrounding communities. The questionnaires will be issued and collected by 2 research assistants over a 3-week period. All data will be transcribed, evaluated, and analyzed. Data will be analyzed using a thematic analysis approach. This includes preparing and organizing the data by printing out the interview transcript, gathering notes, documents, or any other materials. Review and explore the data by ensuring it is read properly several times to get a sense of what it contains. The researcher will keep notes about her thoughts, ideas, or any question she may have to ensure to control bias. The researcher will create initial quotes using highlighters, notes in the margins, sticky pads, concept maps, or anything that will help the researcher to connect with the data collected. Review those codes and revise or combine them into themes to identify recurring themes, language, opinions, and beliefs. We'll present the themes in a cohesive manner to consider the audience, the purpose of the study, and what content should be included in to tell the best story of the data collected. The data will be analyzed for qualitative analysis using content analysis, which refers to categorizing verbal or behavioral data to clarify, summarize, and tabulate data.
5 minutes to go.
Thank you very much. The way forward for this research study will be the submission of the final research proposal, a pilot study to guide the review of the interview schedule and questionnaires, the literature review to be improved. A successful defense of the proposal will precede ethical clearance from the University Ethics Committee, conduct research methodology protocols, conduct a data analysis and discussion, preparation of research documents for editing and submission for grading. Revision and submission of the dissertation will follow. This presentation used the following references. I'll take questions and comments, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hyde. You still had 3 minutes. Right on target. We thank you very much. Let us just remind the audience to post their comments and their questions in the chat, and we'll take those at the end. We now invite Mr. Russell.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please be acknowledged. I am Andrew Russell, and I will be presenting on the topic, investigating the socio-economic, environmental, and health impacts of fires at the Riverton City landfill and the Kingston metropolitan area. As a senior officer in the Jamaica Fire Brigade, I have led several firefighting operations at Riverton. That experience, combined with my training in environmental health and safety, has personally and professionally motivated me to embark on this project. Therefore, my topic is investigating the socio-economic, environmental, and health impacts of fires at the Riverton City landfill and the Kingston metropolitan area. My presentation will flow in this order. I will begin with an introduction to be followed by a literature review, and then thereafter, I will outline research methodologies. Researchers have found that global cities produce approximately 2 billion tons of municipal solid waste annually, which has become a demanding undertaking. This demand is due to changes of human lifestyle and human activities, example, urbanization. With urbanization, people move from rural parishes to city centers in order to seek employment or access social services. Now, with people congregating in cities, it means that more municipal solid waste is being generated. And the generation of waste has implications. for both human health, the environment, and also the economy. There are several methods that are used for municipal solid waste disposal and management, and they include landfilling, recycling, biological treatment, as well as thermal treatment. However, it has been noted by some researchers that landfilling is the most common way of disposal of waste, which has been adopted worldwide. This is so because landfilling is relatively cheap. Scholars have outlined that landfill are susceptible to fires, and landfill fires are a great concern, as they have had significant impact on global environment and also has severe health effects on citizens. Researchers like Lames and Calogero in 2019 have found that in low and middle income countries, Latin America and the Caribbean, including Jamaica, the management of municipal solid waste is more difficult to control due to the use of landfills. In the Jamaican context, the largest and most active waste disposal that is operated here is the Riverton City landfill, which is located in Kingston, Jamaica. And according to Duncan in 2018, he states that this landfill was designed as a city dump in 1993. I must advise you that Riverton received approximately 500,000 tons of municipal solid waste annually, which represent approximately 60% of the waste that is generated here in Jamaica. And at Riverton, the records have shown that during the period 1996 to 2015, we have recorded approximately 415 fires at that site. According to Morrison, in 2018, some of these incidents of fires severely affect the lives of residents, causing schools and businesses to be closed. Social services are also affected, like transportation, etc. Poor air quality has resulted from these incidents of fire, which is a major discomfort for residents, especially those who live in close proximity to the site. There are also emotional and physical discomfort that has been experienced as a result of these fires at Riverton. As a result of a major fire incident that occurred in 2015, according to ADPEM, approximately 3,000 citizens fell ill and had to seek medical attention during that incident alone. Therefore, we have seen that the risk posed by fires is of particular concern because the dump is located in close proximity to densely populated residential communities in the Kingston metropolitan area. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this mixed method study is to investigate the socio-economic, environmental, and health impacts of fires at the Riverton City landfill and the Kingston metropolitan area. In order to conduct this research, it will be guided by 4 research questions. 1, what are the socio-economic, environmental, and health effects of fires at Riverton City landfill and communities within the Kingston metropolitan area? 2, how are communities within the Kingston metropolitan area impacted by fires at Riverton City landfill? 3, what mitigation strategies are used by authorities to reduce the effects of the fires at Riverton City landfill and communities in the Kingston metropolitan area? And 4, how effective are the strategies used by authorities to reduce the effects of the fires at the Riverton City landfill and communities within the Kingston metropolitan area. This study will take into consideration just the Kingston metropolitan area, which includes parts of Kingston, parts of St. Catherine, and also parts of St. Andrew. The landfill of interest is the Riverton City landfill. Therefore, the other 7 landfills that are strategically located across the country will not be covered in this study. I think this study will be quite significant because upon completing the research, the study will contribute, I believe, to knowledge of municipal solid waste management in Jamaica. The findings will help policymakers to look into the effects that fires at Riverton City landfill have on residents living within the Kingston metropolitan area, with a view to finding a better solution for this problem. The study may also be a springboard for other studies to be conducted on this topic. I have been doing quite a number of reading and exploring literature relevant to the topic. And so the literature review will be guided by a conceptual framework, the research question, and also the review will be done under the following heading: environment and health impact of fires, landfill fires, socio-economic impact of landfill fires, mitigation strategies for landfill fires. Based on the literatures that I have interacted with so far, what I have found is that municipal solid waste is a global problem affecting many countries worldwide. Now, there are also some gaps in the literature that I wish to point out to you, ladies and gentlemen. Studies conducted in the area of municipal solid waste focus heavily on the environmental and health impacts rather than socio-economic impact of landfill fires. The methodologies used also are mainly qualitative, quantitative, or systematic review. The use of mixed method research was very much limited. Majority of the studies looked at mainly African, European, and Asian countries. And I've found that limited amount of studies looked at the Caribbean region, and little or none was conducted in Jamaica to look at the issue of municipal solid waste management. As it relates to the research methodology, the proposed research approach is mixed methods, and the design will be sequential explanatory. This design is being proposed because it is grounded in the mixed method approach, and it will allow the researcher to have a better understanding of the study, as results will be from 2 methods, both from a quantitative and a qualitative perspective. According to Creswell 2014, the combination of qualitative and quantitative approaches in inquiries of this nature will provide a more complete understanding of the research problem rather than using just a single approach.
5 minutes to go.
The explanatory sequential design is a 2-phase mixed method design, which starts with collecting and analysis of quantitative data before the qualitative phase starts. The population will include 1,126,000 people living in communities within the Kingston metropolitan area. Stratified random sampling will be used to select 20% of persons for the sample, which will work out to be 385. For the qualitative phase of the project, proposive sampling will be used to select 8 members from key agencies that interact with Riverton. Therefore, the total sample size for this project amounts to 393 participants. For the quantitative phase of the project, data will be collected using a questionnaire, and for the qualitative phase, a structured interview will be used to collect data. For the quantitative phase, the data will be analyzed using descriptive analysis, and for the qualitative phase, thematic analysis will be used to analyze the data. This is a synopsis of my reference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I wanted to present to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. We now move to the next presentation. Mr. Van der Rohe and Ms. Danielle Chivanes.
Mrs. James, Ms. Andrew Wilcox is ready to present.
Okay, let's move to Andrea Woolcock, and then we'll come back to Mr. Van der Rohe and Daniel. Ms. Woolcock.
Thank you very much.
You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be sharing my paper with you this afternoon on the topic of phenomenological study. Adult life experience after childhood sexual abuse of 5 adult females in Kingston, Jamaica. Childhood sexual abuse, CSA as it is commonly called, is a complex phenomenon which has varied definitions. WHO has defined it as the involvement of a child or an adolescent in sexual activity that he or she does not fully comprehend and is unable to give informed consent to, or for which the child or the adolescent is not developmentally prepared and cannot give consent, or that violates the laws or social taboos of society. It is also broadly defined as any sexual encounter that between a child under the age of 16, as we're in Jamaica, are using the age of consent to be the age of 16, and an older person in which the child is utilized for sexual gratification. Childhood sexual abuse is one of the global public health issues which affects approximately 150 girls. Sexual abuse also impacts the life of many children, families, and communities, and is seen as one that impedes them not only during childhood, but well into their adult life. Abuse may have long-term emotional and physical damage which can persist in adulthood. Children who experience sexual abuse have a high chance of developing depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, drug addiction, and suicidal behavior in life. Against the background, it is noted that among the Caribbean nations, Jamaica reportedly has one of the highest CSA rates across all socioeconomic groups. CSA is seen as a significant public health issue that undermines the victim's psychological and sociological well-being, psychosocial well-being. Researchers have also highlighted that effects of CAC has caused long-term psychological and psychosocial distress. What's the problem? The experience of the abuse have caused continuous, underlying, and immediate stress for the survivors. The impact oftentimes causes disruption in their interaction within their social environment. Some of these behaviors are sometimes displayed as acts of deviances. Some survivors indulge in overcompensation in order to mask the painful experience of the past. Social ecological theory will be used in this study. The social ecological model developed by Yuri Bronfenbrenner implies human behavior is influenced by people's interaction with and between multiple contextual social systems in which they function. The social system environments are the homes, neighborhoods, schools, communities, and the extended society. Now, looking at the diagram, we see where the individual labeled as you is in the middle. And there's also the environment, which you have family, school, pairs, religious affiliation, workplaces, and neighborhood. In the next level, you will find the same thing. Why? Because they are both interacting with each other. Purpose of the study. The aim of this study is to create an enhanced awareness of the impact of childhood sexual abuse survivors' adult life. To also create a platform for survivors to comfortably express themselves as a part of the healing process. And also to formulate policies, training, staff training, and health educational strategy for healthcare delivery services and educational institutions in assisting in the reduction in the incidences. We all know that we will never be able to reduce or prevent, but at least we will be able to reduce the incidences. The significance of this study: to highlight the need for more health educational strategies which will assist in the detection of CSA. The findings will also highlight the public health significance of social and behavioral changes in adult life of CSA survivors in Jamaica. And the findings will also add to the body of knowledge on this topic. Research questions. What are the lived experience of victims of CSA? How has the past lived experience of CSA victims impact their current perspective of their social cultural environment and their interpersonal relationship? What are the influential factors that inhibit the knowledge of the experiences? Prevalent rates may vary according to how studies define a child, the type of sexual abuse considered, and the method of data collection. Experiences of childhood CSA often goes undisclosed and unrecognized. The literature reveals that many factors that inhibit disclosure. These children may fear the disclosure will not be believed, as it is often most so, or that it will have negatively affect their own well-being and that of their parents, their families. Also, difficulty in trusting others and sexual maladjustment in such areas as sexual dysphoria, sexual dysfunction, impaired self-esteem, and avoidance or abstention from sexual activity. Common relationship difficulties that survivors may experience are difficulties with trust, fear of intimacy, fear of being different or weird, difficulty establishing interpersonal boundaries, passive behaviors, and getting involved in abusive relationships. Survivors of sexual abuse may experience difficulty in establishing interpersonal relationships. Symptoms correlated with childhood sexual abuse may hinder the development and growth of relationships. Women who have been sexually victimized as children report problems in relating both to women and men, continuing problems with their parents, and difficulty in parenting and responding to their own children. The research design. This study will utilize a descriptive phenomenological methodology as it seeks to explore lived experience of the adult survivor of CSA. The descriptive phenomenological will provide a complete description of the lived experiences of the adult survivor of CSA regarding their holistic well-being. It offers the opportunity of obtaining authentic, in-depth accounts of complex phenomenon of the survivor. The study will utilize the purposive sampling technique. This technique is a non-probability form of sampling that will allow the recruitment of the right participants for the study. The sample size will be 5 females who were sexually abused as a child. The data collection. Interviews will be carried out with the use of semi-structured questions. The in-depth interviews will be conducted in order to comprehend the individual's experiences of the adult survivor of CSA. The researcher will seek to understand these experiences through the spoken narration of the participants. The interviews will cover a range of topics related to the experiences of the abuse and the impact on their adult holistic well-being.
5 minutes to go.
Ethical issues. First of all, permission will be sought to conduct this study from the Ethics Committee of the University of Technology, Jamaica. The participants who agree to be a part of this study will sign a consent, an informed consent form. Research participants will be made aware of their rights to end the interview at any time or withdraw from the study at any point during the study without any penalties. Confidentiality will be maintained as the names and identities of each participant will be protected. Data analysis will use a thematic approach. All recordings and interviews will be labeled and dated. Read and reread the scripts. Data will be coded. Review the codes and combine them into themes. Review the themes, return to the data and compare. Defining and naming of the themes. This involves coming up with a short and easily understandable name for each theme. These are some of my references. Thank you for listening. Any questions will be posted in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, and I hope we have Mr. Van der Rohe and Ms. Danielle Chevanis. Van der Rohe and Ms. Chevanis.
Thank you, Mrs. James. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we'll be presenting on the topic, school administrators' engagement in the reintegration process in selected secondary high schools in Jamaica. As was said earlier, my name is Vander Rowe. I'm a student in the Educational Leadership and Management program in the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. And my colleague, Danielle, is also a student in the Educational Leadership and Management program.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danielle Chavan. I'm a PhD student in the Faculty of Educational Leadership and Liberal Studies. Jamaica has recorded its first case of COVID-19 on March 4, 2019. This pandemic has impacted the schools in Jamaica significantly and has resulted in schools being closed on March 13, 2020. Children of school age being disrupted and not being able to continue traditional face-to-face teaching and learning and having to participate in educational activities online. On May 14, 2021, school reopens. There have been several media reports of school violence, such as fights, stabbings, etc., during this phase reopening. Talking to school administrators about the issue, they have expressed that there are several challenges to reintegrate students into the teaching and learning process. Ellis et al. 2020 mentioned that humans can be considered as social animals. This means that humans need to have interactions with other human beings and see each other faces. Failure to achieve this means that there might be challenges for administrators to reintegrate students after COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, the main purpose of this study was to examine school administrators' perception of the reintegration of students in schools during the pandemic era. The study also sought to examine challenges facing school administrators in the reintegration of students and effective strategies to deal with these challenges. Additionally, the study also sought to gain insight on the school administrators' perception on the impact of poor integration of students on the teaching and learning process. However, this study is significant in the sense where this study will help school administrators to understand the needs for proper reintegration strategies in the post-pandemic era. It also helps teachers, parents, and students to understand the possible impact of poor reintegration on the academic success of students. The study will also act as a catalyst for greater studies on reintegration in Jamaica. This research is guided by three overarching questions. First question, what are the challenges facing school administrators in the reintegration process? Second, what are the strategies employed by school administrators to reintegrate students in the pandemic era? And third, what impact will poor reintegration of students have on the teaching and learning process? The research used a descriptive case study. The study examined school administrators' engagement in the reintegration process in three parishes. The parishes are Kingston, St. Catherine, and Westmoreland. A purposive sampling technique was used to select 12 participants from 6 schools within 3 parishes that catered for students from volatile communities. A semi-structured interview schedule was used to interview 2 designated school representatives that included either a principal, vice principal, counselor, dean of discipline, or a senior teacher. Conducting this research, it required us to use a thematic analysis. This is used to analyze the results that is now shown in the preliminary analysis.
Right, so the preliminary findings of our research, we saw 3 overarching themes that started to emerge when we started our preliminary analysis. And we're going to look at each of the themes that emerged, and we're going to have a discussion quickly on each of the themes that emerged. The first theme that emerged was looking more at challenges of school administrators. Now, while we saw the overarching theme as challenges for school administrators, there were other sub-themes that came out when speaking to the administrators. Disruption was the first theme that many of the administrators saw to express, that students were finding it a little bit harder to settle down, and students were really easily distracted when they're trying to get them to reintegrate into the face-to-face classroom. Now, the perceived mental health concern was another sub-theme that emerged. Many of the administrators thought that the pandemic adversely affected students' state of mind. Some of the administrators were stating that feelings of depression, fatigue, anxiety, loneliness, desperation, and many of the students feeling distressed that they started to see. These things, according to the participants, also led to indisciplined behavior such as fights. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, many media reports about fights that took place since the resumption of face-to-face classes. So some of the causes of the fights, based on the participants' explanation, were poor communication, even poverty, persons becoming more irritable, poor conflict management skills, anger, bullying, threats, inappropriate touching, and frustration were some of the causes. Now, poor support structure also came out under the challenges that school administrators had to face. The administrators believe that inadequate resources available to them impacted the process of reintegration, and also the support that parents would have given to their students and also to the school. And of course, lack of intervention support that was expressed by many of the administrators by the Ministry of Education also was a challenge that they faced. The other theme that emerged, overarching theme that emerged, were strategies being employed by school administrators. Now, many of the school administrators had to employ a number of strategies, as is outlined here. Mentorship was one of those strategies that they needed to have employed. The administrators indicated that they had to bring persons from outside to come and sit down and mentor some of the students. Counseling, they had to hire counselors when the guidance counselor's job became too strenuous based on the different challenges that they were facing. They also had reintegration and expectation sessions to try and get students back into the frame of mind of learning, of getting back into the face-to-face environment. Now, they had to do a lot of conflict resolution sessions. Classroom teachers, form teachers, etc., had to be a part of the conflict resolution based on the amount of disruption and conflicts that the participants said that they encountered. The psychosocial sessions, games, therapy, all of these things were needed as strategies to try and alleviate some of the challenges that the school administrators face. Some school administrators also expressed that they had to address some social issues, such as welfare concerns, such as lunch, bus fare, because based on the impact of the pandemic and the impact on the families of many of the students, these issues started to come up and they started affecting how well students started to engage in the regular face-to-face class. The other overarching theme that emerged was the impact on the teaching and learning process. Now, many of the participants expressed the feeling that students were feeling a little bit more stressed in the classes. whenever they were to move from one class to the other, students started to express feelings of stress, even more than they did in the online session. Now, according to participant 2, students are responding positively to the reintegration to the face-to-face environment, but there are some students that are finding it very hard to readjust. Now, according to participant 3, poor reintegration prevents students from focusing while at school, especially on the academic and social areas. So, and 2 other sub-themes that emerged were poor concentration. The participants expressed the difficulty in getting students to really concentrate for longer periods in the reintegration. And of course, the academic motivation that the students normally had prior to the pandemic, the participants were saying that they weren't seeing that as much. Now, the questions that we really want to answer in the preliminary discussion, what are the challenges facing school administrators in the reintegration process? Now, one of the challenges facing school administrators during the reintegration process of students, well, in the resumption of the face-to-face classroom is school violence. Now, Carrigan et al. 2020 also indicated that school violence has risen significantly during the pandemic period. However, can we really say that school violence or violence in general is the cause of many of the issues that are affecting school administration in the reintegration process? Carrigan et al. 2020 went further to suggest that even though in the United States there were minor instances of school violence, school administrators and students are reporting that there were significant increases in misbehaviors and fighting. And Carrigan also linked this misbehavior to the pandemic, stating that there are some correlation with how students are behaving now in the resumption of face-to-face classes and the impact of the pandemic. Now, there are many other studies that looked at some of the challenges that school administrators are facing in the reintegration process. Ellis 2020, Hawk et al. 2020, Korzinski 2020, all pointed to challenges with the mental state of students, resources, and family support that all seem to have affected the reintegration process of students in the face-to-face classroom. Now, what are some of the strategies that are being employed by school administrators, and what is the literature really saying about these strategies? Well, one of the strategies that is being recommended is for teachers to have a more close consultation with the students to try and see if they can resolve some of the issues that that the students are facing. Some of the literature also points to the fact that if teachers and students build the type of relationship that they need, then we can alleviate some of the challenges that we're seeing in the reintegration process. Our preliminary findings suggest that our schools here in Jamaica are participating in psychosocial sessions using games and other activities to try and slowly reintegrate students into the face-to-face classroom. Korzinski 2020 suggested that there will be a need for increase in school psychologists across the world, as many more students than the norm will need the services of psychologists. And our preliminary results would have corroborated some of these findings by Korzinski 2020, that school administrators have started to employ more counselors. They've started to use mentorship. They've started to have reintegration sessions and expectation sessions for students to try and get them back into the frame of mind for learning in face-to-face environment.
5 minutes to go.
Another important question that we want to ask, what impact will poor reintegration have on students, the teaching and learning process? Because we saw what happened when we were in the online space, and we saw that some of the performances went down. So we want to know now what happens when students go back into the face-to-face classroom and they are not properly reintegrated. Will that now affect how students will perform? Well, according to the United Nations, there were a number of challenges that were affecting secondary schools, and this only got worse with the onset of the pandemic. The disruptions were affecting over 167 million students. And of course, our preliminary results would have started to show that students are demonstrating poor concentration and low academic output. All right,
The
so
preliminary findings shows that administrators are faced with several challenges, including disruptions, indiscipline, fights, mental health issues, and poor support structures. Based on preliminary findings, school administrators' engagement in the reintegration process required the implementation of school-wide strategies and at the improving the social and academic reintegration of students. Now, in concluding, if the challenges are not overcome by the implemented strategies, the impact could mean poor social skills and very low academic output. These are our references. Thank you very much all for listening to us. Any questions and comments?
Okay, thank you, presenters. There are 2 questions in the chat, and I think those 2 questions are from Kenneth. Is it Kenneth? No, first, Karif Clark. Karif Clark, can you go ahead and ask your 2 questions, please? I think you posed those to Mrs. Woolcock.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I trust that you're hearing me.
We are.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to find out from the third presenter a bit more about the sensitive nature of the study as it relates to the identities of the participants being withheld, the emotional, and this is an assumption, the emotional state of the participants during the interview process and the implications pretty much for the study, given that it is a small sample size and it is likely that the participants may become emotional in recounting these experiences that they would have had, or one could say traumatic experiences, and how will that impact the study?
Ms. Woolcock?
Thank you for that question. It's a lot that you're asking, and I'm just gonna ask you to give them one by one so I can answer effectively.
Sure. So if you could speak a bit more about the ethical considerations for your study in terms of the participants' identities being protected. You did make mention about how you will store the data, etc. But I think based on the sensitive nature, you could express a bit more.
Okay. It is really a sensitive issue, and because of that, I've taken into consideration their emotional status. Situations like this, they are traumatic, yes, and being a public health nurse, I have been in contact with persons, and some persons have, shared with me their situations. I would have used that experience to conduct that interview, taking care that I be mindful of their emotional status. If they in the interview, I would give them time to recoup, and if they are willing to continue, then we continue from there. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you for the response. And the second question that I had for you looked at the sample size of your study. You indicated that you're using 5 individuals And I wanted to know what contingency plans you have in place or you have thought about if your participants, because of the sensitive nature of the study, decide that they will withdraw from the study. What are your contingency plans?
My contingency plan is that I have a pool. And so if persons withdraw, then I can pull on the other persons who are in waiting.
Okay, thanks for those two questions, Mr. Clark. And thank you for those responses. I think we have questions for the last presenter, Mr. Rowe. Kenneth Rowe, do you wish to ask your questions? Kenneth Rowe.
Okay, no, my question was, in terms of the study, was there any indication of whether the students were prepared enough to move on to their next level, whether it's to do their CXC exams, their CAPE exam, or to move from grade 5 to grade 4, whatsoever? That's what I was interested in.
Okay,
Thank you so much for your question, Mr. Rowe. Well, the participants were mixed into whether or not the students were ready. The participants believe that the teachers were doing a lot more to try and get the students ready. But the focus was mainly on the engagement of the reintegration process. But we did have discussions based on the findings. And when we spoke to the participants, that the students were not necessarily ready, but the teachers are doing a lot more than they would previously do. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat from Nicole Williams. Nicole, do you want to just ask your question now, please? Nicole Williams. Nicole is asking, let me bring it up. She wrote reintegration and reorientation. Were these distinguished in your research findings? Or were they treated as being similar in definition? Do you think they should be distinguished in the situation being examined?
Thank you so much for your question. In the study, they were not necessarily distinguished. However, the participants expressed that the type of orientation that would normally go into starting up school was not necessarily placed into the phase reopened based on the loss that they would have suffered in terms of the amount of teaching hours. So they were really trying to get right back at work. And so the type of orientation was not necessarily done, but the study was really focusing on the reintegration, and generally, we are not going to distinguish it because we're looking at the overall process. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I hope that satisfied the question there, Ms. Williams. Nicole Cameron, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My question is for the presenters who gave us the results on the school integration, Van der Rohe and Daniel Chavan. Yes, Daniel. My question is, you mentioned the school violence. Did your study reveal what were the factors that influencing what is perceived as a rise in the violence at school?
Sorry, what was perceived as the fact? Can you repeat that, the last part, please?
Did your study, can you tell from your study what are the causes of the perceived increase in violence?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. It is a number of causes. It's difficult to pinpoint one single cause to say that is the cause. There were a number of issues. I did list some of them: miscommunication, poverty, inappropriate touching, frustration, some mental issues. But there were a lot of issues that caused some of the fights.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. James, I'm so
Yes.
sorry. That's
Paul,
our 5 minutes.
thank you very much to all the presenters for presenting on this theme, the role of the community on education production. Very, very interesting proposal and research results presenting. I now turn over to the chair. Thank you very much for your presentation and your participation. Thank you.
Team of presenters just now, wonderful session. And I'm sure our audience has many more questions that they would have loved to ask. We ask you, therefore, to put your questions in the chat. They are still valid, and our researchers will have an opportunity to give greater thought to their work. So we're going to ask that you still post your questions in the chat. Right at this time, we're going to be having an entertainment session, and then we're going to go to our final paper presentation session for the afternoon.
Preserve the integrity
of the country,
preserve the integrity
of the university,
preserve the integrity
our federation,
preserve the integrity
of the nation. Gone with the wind, a land of food and water. Nothing left to fund with for our sons and daughters. The greatest asset to the land, Jamaican woman and man. Up on this rock, yeah, man, we have to take a stand.
Education is the key, so we go university. Strive for integrity, turn in a sumadi. Nation builders arise, we arise. We are shout it out loud, this a thing you analyze. Preserve the integrity
of the country,
preserve the integrity
and the university,
preserve the integrity
our federation,
preserve the integrity
of the nation.
What does it take to build a country?
Strong backbone and integrity.
Integrity is that thing where require honesty.
And being core value at the university. Dishonesty,
lack of ambition,
waiting on the politician to bring it to end sufferation. Preserve the integrity
of the country,
preserve the integrity
of the university,
preserve the integrity
our federation,
preserve the integrity
of the nation.
Without integrity, you're just a waste man. Without integrity, you can't till the land.
Without integrity, technology just a hype. You're not careful, you might just lose your life.
Stand up, upright next mistake. Immorality, just move and go ahead. Righteousness and sincerity are the foundations of integrity. You take JA in cohesion, promoting all the values to build the nation. In solidarity we stand and diminish we are grown. Integrity, ethics are put we up your soul. Preserve the integrity
of the country,
preserve the integrity
and the university,
preserve the integrity
our federation,
preserve the integrity
of the nation.
We're asking this question. Without integrity, where can we go as a nation?
Where can we go as a nation?
Where can we go? Where?
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for spending the day with us in this educative conference. Indeed, we have explored so many things throughout the day. We have come to the final session for this afternoon, where we're looking at education transformation for national sustainable development. And my moderator for this session is none other than Mrs. Bridget Johnson Smith. And let me tell you a little bit about her. She's employed fully at the University of Technology, where she works. She has been working for over 25 years. Her qualifications include a Master of Science degree in Career and Technical Education with a major in Consumer Studies. She has a postgraduate diploma in Human Resource Management from the Management Institute for National Development and a Bachelor of Science degree in Education with a double major in Biology and Chemistry from the University of Technology, Jamaica. She was the 2012 recipient of the President's Trophy for Technical Excellence, as well as the 2016 recipient of the Faculty Award for Technical Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Mrs. Bridget Johnson Smith.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. With no further ado, we will jump right into our final session. This afternoon, we will have presenting for us Carla Brooks Orr, a PhD student in Education Leadership and Management program. She has served as a teacher at the secondary level for over 22 years. As a teacher with special responsibilities of sports coordinator and assistant sixth form coordinator at the St. Andrew Technical High School, she's a lover of nature and is passionate about positively impacting the lives of the less fortunate among us. She is driven by two statements. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. And I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Also presenting with Mrs. Brooke Orr is Nicole Williams, who need no further introduction. She has been our moderator, our conference chair since morning, and has been introduced on several occasions. Presenting with those two as well is Sophia Edwards, who is a PhD student in the E-Element program. They will be presenting on revisiting Jamaica's education, inputs, transformation, education for greater productivity and sustainable national outcomes. One of our presenters is not here with us today, so the other person that will be presenting is Patricia Robinson. She has been a registered pharmacist for over 35 years. Ms. Robinson has special interest in law. She holds a B.Pharm degree from the University of Technology, Jamaica, an MBA from the Florida International University, an LLB from the University of London, a postgraduate degree from the University of South Wales. Currently, she is pursuing an MPhil PhD in Career and Technical Education. She's a lecturer in the School of Pharmacy at the University of Technology, Jamaica. She will be presenting on education transformation in pharmacy. With no further ado, we welcome our presenters.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are doing a group presentation. My colleagues and I will be talking very briefly on the topic revisiting Jamaica's education input, education transformation reform for greater education productivity and sustainable national outcomes. And it is a comparative analysis looking at the Ray Davis's report and the Patterson report. All right, so a little background information and the statement of the problem. As we know, Jamaica has gone through the education system has gone through several transformation, and the task force was asked, led by Ray Davis in 2004, to examine the state of education in Jamaica and to present the findings and recommendations to the government of Jamaica. Those represented and the government of Jamaica, according to one Gleaner article, borrowed an exorbitant amount of money to fund this reform. And my colleague will speak about this later. We now have 2020, another report was given to the government of Jamaica, however, this time by the Orlando Patterson-led commission, and the government of Jamaica haven't acknowledged the report, and having said that they will be acting upon the report, still have not yet said to the Jamaican populace how they intend to undertake this reform, let alone the funding for this reform. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our problem as well as the background to our problem, in the sense that the government of Jamaica perhaps will need to re-examine how it funds this reform, considering that they have not yet spoken to the Jamaican audience about how this will be done. And so the purpose of the study is therefore to determine the need of the government to re-evaluate the way it manages the money. And we're going to be looking at this comparative analysis to see, was the financing of the 2004 task force report worth it? Was it worthy, according to or Mr. Patterson in a presentation with Dion Jackson Miller earlier this year in the month of February, he noted that it was all a waste. And so the Jamaican government will need to examine and reevaluate their management of the economic resources as an input in the education transformation reform. And so we have looked at 4 guiding questions. These are: what has been the government of Jamaica's economic investment in the education system based on the recommendations from the 2004 Task Force Transformation Reform Report? The second research question is, in what ways have the education system in Jamaica changed on the economic input, based on the economic input of the government in honoring the recommendations of the 2004 Task Force Report? And 3, to what extent is this new proposed education transformation recommendations in the new report different from that of the 2004 report? And if there are any differences, will this new education transformation recommendation, will the recommendations advance the development of education in Jamaica should the government make another lump sum investment? This study obviously is groundbreaking, considering that the report is now, hot on the market, and it is absolutely significant to the entire Jamaica, to the government of Jamaica, perhaps looking at some policies as to how money is dispersed or input in the education system to meet the desired outcomes. Also, it is important to all education stakeholders as it speaks to the changes or the transformation that will take place in the education system. Certainly the nation will benefit, as we know, using the human capital theory, that the investment in terms of quantity and quality certainly determines the state of the economy based on the quality of students that we put out. And so we recognize, having a short time to have conducted this research, that certainly we have some limitations. One limitation that we acknowledge is that we have only done so far a document analysis of the study, in that we have looked at the two transformation reform documents. Obviously, we would love to do some interviews with Mr. Patterson himself, as well as members of the Ministry of Finance and other persons within the Ministry of Education. Also, we feel that doing those will add some rigor to the research and give us the needed triangulation. Also, as noted before, the limited time frame to access the information and to access the document also add to some limitations. However, it also gives us the scope for further research, which we intend to do on this topic. All right, so the methodology. We conducted a qualitative research, and the documents acted as our respondents to this research. We used document analysis, more specifically the interview analysis technique, in which specific questions were asked and answered by the documents analyzed. For example, one question was, what's the difference in the grade 4 literacy and numeracy tests done by the students in the different years being examined? We looked also at the projected outcome as well as the actual outcome. So specific questions were used to guide the way that we examined the documents. We also looked at our roles as researchers, as educators, and considered our positionality as we reflected on the way we conducted the research. Certainly as educators who will be impacted by whatever changes that come about by the reform, that also impacted the way we envisioned the document. Also, as PhD students in educational leadership and management, that also framed the way in which we examined the document. As it relates to the epistemological issues with the document, we are not able to speak to them because, as you know, they were framed by whatever commission. However, we find that we consider the documents to be reliable, given that they were sourced from the Ministry of Education itself. All right, you can go. So Miss Sophia Edwards will speak to you about the literature review.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to my colleague, Nicole. Now I'll be looking at the literature review as it relates to the framework. And the framework is on change management following 1982 and 1991. And the big question among this literature review is the government outstep with Fallon's module. And I would say no, because Fallon look at the reforms, 3 steps in the reform of the education. But first, his point of view is the reform right? Or is the work, what work that it does, how it works? And in doing this, you look at 3 stories to the reform. The first one is the inside story, which relates to what happened inside the school system. And that is the collaborative work, the culture, the professional learning focused on how students will perform in the school. And as it relates to the inside aspect and the outside aspect of Fallon's story, that focus on the external part as it relates to the complexity in order to get better performance and greater accountability to get better outcome as it relates to the school system and student performance. We look at the community, parents, the technological aspect, the corporate connections, government policy, wider teaching profession, how those how they work in the system. And these are some of the things why the 2004 task force was not fulfilled to the needs of the school system and the education system. Reason being that there are lacked the change of plan that need to be in place based on the literature. So they need to focus more on how the leaders will manage the change. The outside in aspect of it, of the story, look at the larger scale of the reform as it relates to the investment in policies, training, professional development, ongoing support to build the capacity of school and communities, redesigning international initial teachers' education, and vigorous external accountability, new curriculum, promoting innovation in teaching and learning methods, and investing in human capital as it relates to the story. And in terms of further literature that were looked at is Annual 2007 as it relates to teacher quality, the terms and effect of teachers' performance, teachers' salaries, and parental involvement in the school system. Notwithstanding, Dandra 2016 posited that investment in education is a necessary condition for promotion of growth and national development. And there I stand to say, with good investment and good balancing the input of the education system will result in good output of the education system. And the 2021 Patterson Commission report will seek to look at some of these areas as it relates to its coming in. So I now turn over to Carla, who will finish the other aspects.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will now go straight into the findings, seeing that time is against us. The first research question that we looked at was, what has been the government of Jamaica's economic investment in the education system based on recommendations from the 2004 Task Force Transformation Report? The then-led P.J. Patterson administration, the Honorable P.J. Patterson, he gave permission for $5 billion from the NHT's fund to be invested in this type of transformation. Also, along with that $5 billion, there was an agreement that there should be an incremental injection of approximately 22 billion in capital expenditure and 16 billion in recurrent expenditure over 2005 to 2014. There was an agreement that there should be an investment of 219 billion over the 10 years period. So what was this money used for? This money was used to conduct major rehabilitation of school plans, to facilitate the elimination of the shift system and all age schools, and to increase the space per student from 10 feet to 12 feet as recommended by UNESCO. So those were some of the things that this money was used for, this investment was used for. Now, just bringing this a little closer home, in Jamaica, the percentage of public spending on education during the years 2012 to 2019, the average spending for Jamaica during that period was 17.09% of public spending. And I want to make a note that Jamaica is above the amount of spending, public spending that we do on education is above what is reported in the world. In the world, it is the average based on 91 countries that were studied. The rate was 14.38%. The average rate was 14.38%, and Jamaica is averaging 17.31% in relation to the rest of the world. And so in the report, it is stated that we're performing way below our counterpart, or even countries who we measure up to as it relates to our investment in education. Research question number 2, in what ways have the education system in Jamaica changed based on the economic input of the government in honoring the recommendations made in the 2004 Task Force Transformation Reports? Now, a number of programs came into existence, and we may be familiar with some of them: the ROSE program, the NESP, the National Education Strategic Plan, the NEI, the NCEL, National College for Educational Leadership, Education System Transformation Program, the PATH program that is going on now. We had the FELS, Peace and Love in Schools, Nutrition Products Limited program, and of course we had the Safety and Security Policy program. Some of these programs, they are still in existence. Some of them, they are no more. Research question number 3. To what extent is the new proposed education transformation recommendation different from those of 2004? According to the reform of education in Jamaica and information out of the World Bank, the Task Force 2004 made detailed suggestions as to the bodies that should be responsible for overseeing or seeing to the recommendations that were made. However, the 2021 Orlando Patterson's report did not do just that. Recommendations for the standardization of the use of the value-added ranking for secondary schools to be combined with the rankings on the regular CSEC and CAPE exams. And also they should review the teacher education curriculum as needed to ensure relevance and alignment with local and international standards and trends for teacher training. Also, some other differences were implementation of a standardized curriculum framework that outlines the core strategies with special needs and procedures for managing these needs, and an implementation of the functioning tertiary management information system that provides ready access to information on enrollment, dropout rates, and allocation of funding and grants to tertiary institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, in the essence of time, we will end our presentations there, and we will accommodate questions.
Patricia, remember that.
Okay.
Time.
All right. Thank you. I can begin now.
We're waiting.
This is Johnson Smith. Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
waiting
Can
on
you hear me?
Patricia.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, attendees all. With all protocols taken, I would like to thank you for staying this long to hear my presentation. As was mentioned before, my name is Patricia Robinson, and I'm a registered pharmacist with over 35 years of experience. I have a special interest in pharmacy education, and hence my choice of topic. In this conceptual paper, I would like to discuss pharmacy education from a historical perspective and discuss whether going forward, training to the PharmD or Doctor of Pharmacy level should be the minimum qualification for pharmacy practice in Jamaica. This topic forms part of a study that will be carried out for my PhD dissertation, which is entitled An Assessment of the Bachelor of Pharmacy program at UTEC, Jamaica. This presentation will start with a brief history of pharmacy and the reasons behind educational transformation to date. Now, if you were to ask a random person on the street, who is a pharmacist? Chances are that you'd get various answers from shopkeeper to drug expert. Some may even describe the pharmacist as a person who sits behind the counter in drugstores and pharmacies and hand them their medication. Many see the role of a pharmacist as a person who only counts tablets, pours liquids, sticks on a label and hand it to them. If that is truly the only functions that pharmacists need to do we really need a PharmD or even a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree? I would like you to think of those questions as you listen to this presentation, as this part of the study seeks to answer research question 3, which asks, to what extent is the Bachelor of Pharmacy curriculum at UTEC adequate for the training of pharmacists in Jamaica? To understand the dynamics of the educational needs of the pharmacy profession, let us look back on history. In early times, man used to use available materials such as clay and herbs for the healing purposes. Back then, healing was more instinctive and often mimicked animal behavior. As time went on, man's need for appropriate medication began to evolve. And at that time, you'd have both the pharmacy and the medical profession being just one profession, as was in the case of ancient Greece. Now, in Jamaica, we started pharmacy education as an informal system. When the Africans came to Jamaica, they brought with them the practices that they had in Africa, which was often where they would use herbs and so on for healing purposes. So therefore, you can say that pharmacy in the British West Indies is closely related to slavery. To help you understand how we move from this informal system to a more formal system, I will be going over who is the dispenser, the druggist, and ultimately the pharmacist, which is where we are now. Now, for the dispenser, they started training as an informal system, and this was prior to 1962. And at this time, even worldwide, you would have pharmacists continue to learn in an informal way. What they would do at that time is understudy doctors, and many at that time were allowed to actually practice medicine. And during those days, pharmacy practice centered around extemporaneous compounding. That is where they would actually make the products in the pharmacies. And pharmacists at that time were known as dispensers, as was quoted by Brown Myrie and Johnson Reed. Then it came a time when the druggists now went into a more formal setting. So in 1890, pharmacists were trained either at the Kingston Public Hospital, which was known affectionately as Chocho Gully, or in a doctor's office. And students were required to pass a theory exam, which was set by the chief medical officer, and a practical exam, which was set by the chief druggist. At that time, they would receive a certificate and a license to practice. Then you had the start of official training, which was done also at the Kingston Public Hospital. And this continued until 1962. And at that time, druggists were trained to the certificate level. The curriculum was wide, and the druggist was required to perform other things, such as dental extractions and the administration of anesthetics, and even the setting of bones, according to Brown Myrie and Johnson Reed 2021. Then, as in a response to change, because you know that you had the Industrial Revolution, you started to have a lot of factories and so on, and there was no need for as much compounding to take place as you would have commercially available products. So, and you also started to have more sophisticated dosage forms, and the pharmacists had to understand this because that would affect how the drug works in the body. So it became necessary for the training of pharmacists with even better scientific and drug knowledge. So at that time, the training moved from the Kingston Public Hospital to the College of Arts, Science and Technology, where institutional training of pharmacists started in 1962 to the diploma level. And it was a little after this time, around 1975, that you also had things happening such as the development of the Pharmacy Council, who were responsible for the regulation of pharmacies. Once again, technology improved. You started to have computers and all kinds of things happening in the world. A lot of international drug companies were investing in research and development. So you would have problems being encountered by persons who would receive drug treatment. So Hepler and Strand in 1990 recognized that the pharmacists needed to take on more patient care roles in response to societal needs for the prevention of adverse drug reactions and even drug-related death. So at that time, it was necessary for Jamaica to make the bold move and upgrade its pharmacies to the B.Pharm level. That's the Bachelor of Pharmacy levels.
5 minutes.
Because they had to do all of this prevention of adverse drug reactions and so on, it was necessary for them to offer pharmaceutical care, which according to Hepler and Strand, is the responsible provision of drug therapy for the purpose of achieving definite outcomes that improve a patient's quality of life. And this is what we teach at UTEC at the Bachelor of Pharmacy level. And UTEC offers the Bachelor of Pharmacy in 2 ways. You can do a post-diploma for those persons who had the diploma, and that has been offered since 1995. I was one of the first recipients of such a degree. And then you have the full-time Bachelor of Pharmacy degree, which replaced the diploma in 1997. Now, while we're doing all of this, we find that things started to change once again on the world stage. And although you had the PharmD degree being offered in the United States since 1948, it wasn't until January 1st, 2003 that it became the entry-level requirement to practice pharmacy in the US. Since then, other countries have followed suit, such as Hungary, Italy, Japan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Ghana, and others. So they have it. So if you want to practice pharmacy in those countries, you must have a PharmD. Now, a PharmD is a clinical degree. So you can do it in 2 ways. You can go the clinical route, or you can go a route where it is like for industry, where you'd want to work in the pharmaceutical industry to manufacture drugs and so on. So the type of degree that is offered is dependent on the needs of the country. But the PharmD is actually gaining in popularity. because Canada has plans to embrace the PharmD as entry level to practice pharmacy in that country. However, in England, they're still going with the Master of Pharmacy degree. And in Jamaica and the Caribbean and Australia, amongst other countries, the BPharm degree is still the minimum qualification to practice pharmacy. However, you do have some third world countries, such as India, where the minimum qualification to practice pharmacy is the Diploma in Pharmacy degree. In Jamaica, we do offer the PharmD. At UTEC, they offer a post-baccalaureate Doctor of Pharmacy degree, which is offered part-time. And at the University of the West Indies, Mona, they offer an entry-level PharmD. So it's two places offering. So based on what I've said and based on what is happening internationally, what path for training pharmacists should be followed in Jamaica? Should we continue with the Bachelor of Pharmacy degree as entry-level requirements with some persons trained to the PharmD level? Or should we follow the example of the United States and go the PharmD route where all persons would require into the profession? This means that we would need to conduct a local study. The literature shows that studies have been conducted that have looked at the transformation of pharmacy from the BPharm to the PharmD level. One such study is Kodia et al., which was conducted in Ghana. Study has so far been conducted in Jamaica. In Superpan et al. 2019, they reported that in the developed countries of the US, Japan, South Korea, the most popular area of practice is a community pharmacy. So you find that at the PharmD level, they want to go the clinical route, as does Thailand, where the most popular area of practice is hospital pharmacy. On the contrary, in Pakistan, they go the route of offering the PharmD for the pharmaceutical industry because they are very involved in manufacturing drugs in that country. In Sutajet et al., the researchers reported that in Thailand, the transition from the BPharm to the PharmD program with specialty track gave extra confidence to pharmacy graduates.
Patricia Robinson, I'm afraid you're out of time.
Okay. All right, I just want to mention that going forward, my intention is to do
If you have a question, we have a question for you.
Okay.
And that question is, what will happen?
You can, okay. Let me see if I can come back to you. Can I hear the
Those
question?
who have not upgraded from the diploma level.
Okay, those who did not upgrade from the diploma level, based on our laws, they were grandfathered in the law. However, in pharmacy, what we do is that we have continuing education seminars, because all pharmacists are required to do at least 12 continuing educational points each year. And based on those points, they can continue being registered. And I suspect that if we were to move to the PharmD level, they would also, those who have a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree would also be grandfathered in, and you would get your additional training through the CE seminars, which are required.
Thank you so much. Very insightful presentation.
Thank you for listening.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for staying with us today. We are very glad that you could have spent the entire day expanding this knowledge community as we reintegrate and across spaces and with different faces. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close, we're going to invite Mrs. Peter Gay Parnell Jones, and she is going to give you just a brief overview of the members of the FELS Graduate Students Association, and to let you know who the members are. We want to also acknowledge the Center for Creative Arts and to let you know that they have 3 electives that you can join if you are interested in being a part of the program. Immediately following Mrs. Parnell Jones, we're going to have the vote of thanks being moved by Mr. Ainsworth Savage.
Ladies and gentlemen, graduate students for many years have been involved in numerous activities, as well as the staging of a number of events. These include FELS Graduate Student Conferences, the FELS International Conference, the FELS Graduate Students Inaugural Public Lecture, which was hosted in 2021, the Kanayoyad, among other webinars, the FELS Graduate Students Reading Group, Research Day and Research Dialogue, the FELS Graduate Students Research and Entrepreneurship Association, and please be informed that the first ever FELS UTEC Ambassador is none other than today's moderator, Ms. Nicole Williams. These activities have and continue to afford graduate students the opportunities to have first-hand experiences in planning these activities, opportunities to be mentored by some of the most passionate, thorough, caring, knowledgeable, and hands-on lecturers. Graduate students have also been afforded the opportunity to advance knowledge through research, as well as to establish professional relationships. The continued involvement of graduate students, as well as the collaboration between graduate students and lecturers, gave rise to the idea of establishing a Graduate Students Association. During the course of the academic year 2021-2022, the first steps were taken in establishing the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies Graduate Students Association, FGSA. There is currently a group of persons who are working feverishly towards the establishment of the FGSA. These persons are Mrs. Bridget Johnson-Smith, Mrs. Nellian Hutton-Rose, Mrs. Andrea Woolcock, Miss Daniela Hyde, Mr. Ainsworth Savage, Mrs. Valerie Mackenzie, and yours truly, Peter Gay Parnell Jones. It would be remiss of me not to mention the stellar support of Miss Patricia Robinson, PhD student, CTE, and our advisor, Dr. Hope Main. The team, yes, has worked feverishly to establish the first draft of the guiding document and the Constitution. These capture the philosophical statement, which reads, "The association focuses on the holistic development of graduate students, scholarships through mentorship." The vision statement reads, "To be a cutting-edge graduate students association that enriches its members' experiences as they are valued, represented, supported in their growth and development, while facilitating and encouraging the production and publication of scholarly works." The mission statement of FGSA reads, "FELS Graduate Students Association, FGSA, is a student-led nonprofit organization which seeks to focus on developing scholarship among graduate students through knowledge sharing, research, collaboration, building scholarship, and producing peer-reviewed articles for publication." The core values are teamwork, collaboration, integration, ethical behavior, and respect. And we boast the motto, "Advancing knowledge through research." It is the intention of the interim executive to ensure that the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies Graduate Students Association, FGSA, becomes registered by the end of this academic year, subject to meeting the requirements for the establishment of clubs and societies at the University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Permit me the opportunity to begin this vote of thanks with a quotation from Gilbert Chesterton. I want to maintain that thanks are the highest form of thoughts, and that gratitude is happiness doubled by wonder. It has been an honor to be part of this conference. On behalf of the Planning Committee of the FELS Graduate Students Conference 2022, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to our specially invited guests, Acting Deputy President Dr. Haldane Johnson, AVP SGSRE Dr. Paul Ivey, Dean of the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies, Professor Shermaine Barrett, Deputy Dean, Dr. Harold McDermott, Head of Sotave, Dr. Juna Martin, lecturers and staff of FELS office, our esteemed coordinator, Associate Professor Dr. Hope Main, program leaders including research teacher, Professor Onafule of the Graduate Studies Office. Thanks also to the members of the Planning Committee who worked tirelessly towards the achievement of what we all witness here today. We must thank our panelists, presenters, conference chairs, Ms. Gillian Mignot, our songbird, the University Center for the Arts, the CFA for providing entertainment, the University Marketing Department, session moderators, Liquid Light Digital for granting permission to use their recording of the national anthem, and providers of the refreshment for those of us present at the hub to facilitate the streaming of the proceedings. Additionally, we would like to especially recognize the assistance given by Ms. Claudine Perkins for dealing with important administrative affairs, and Ms. Elaine McLean for decorating the hub for the live stream. We also acknowledge the invaluable contribution made to the conference by Mr. Carlon Russell and his team from the university's LTSU, which provided technical support to allow us to host this virtual conference. A big thank you, Team LTSU. Finally, I would like to thank all who joined us today online, especially our colleagues from AGRE at UWI School of Education. Big up to our resident in-house DJ, Dr. Juna Martin. While I have attempted to give recognition to everyone who have made this event possible, I am aware that I may have omitted some persons from this list. Please be assured that your efforts have been well received and appreciated. Hope that we have been inspired knowing that gratitude is a sign of noble souls. And this is a quote from Aesop. Thanks again, and thank you for being a part of this program.
Ladies and gentlemen, what more can we say? Indeed, as Dr. Barrett, Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Martin told us today, that we would have been on a learning experience and that we are only fulfilling a part of our journey. Indeed, the feedback, the reflection that we got was very good. And indeed, they have provoked our thoughts. The vote of thanks has already been moved. But we want to really, again, thank you for joining us. And we will see you next year.
The Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies is home to technical and vocational education. Come join us.
Your future begins with us. We solve your educational problems and take you to the next level.
Our goal is to futurize education. So come, join a new kind of school where education matters.
We offer undergraduate and graduate degrees. Undergraduate programs include a Bachelor of Education in TVET.
Don't forget, we also offer non-teaching bachelor and associate degree options.
Yes, come join us and be a part of education for the future.
Apply today. The University of Technology Jamaica, the birthplace of greatness.
You know them, the movers, the shakers, the people making a difference, who never shy away from a challenge, who are never afraid to dirty their hands, to jump in and get things done, who are never afraid to fail, to take a risk, to learn. You know them and aspire to be like them. And you can, because there's always room for greatness. Apply today. University of Technology Jamaica, the birthplace of greatness. You know them, the movers, the shakers, the people making a difference, who never shy away from a challenge, who are never afraid to dirty their hands, to jump in and get things done, who are never afraid to fail, to take a risk, to learn. You know them and aspire to be like them. And you can, because there's always room for greatness. Apply today. University of Technology